Don't forget to follow us on social media for beautiful food and inspiration.
See the same people every other day, but we never say hey, cause we're never looking the way, or my face was in my notebook, we passed each other, didn't look. But these are the people of the towns, of the towns, the towns, of the towns. And large cities are just a bunch of big small towns, big small towns, overlapping side by side, big small towns. I see new people every day. Everyone's on their way, doing the things that fill their day. And I'm going places too, doing the things that I do with my time. We are the people of the towns, of the towns, the towns, of the towns. And large cities are just a bunch of big small towns, big small towns, diagonal, top to bottom, big small towns. Be nice to the people of the towns, once in a while look around, cause what's going around's coming around. What came around's coming around. What's going around's coming around. Big, 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 small towns. Word gets around in the big small towns. Big, 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 small towns. Word gets around in the big small towns. Big, 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 small towns. Word gets around in the big small towns.
Hey, welcome live viewers, welcome podcast viewers, and I guess listeners, will be podcast listeners. This is Downballot. We do this show live every Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, right here on Twitch, twitch.tv/Echoplex Media. I am producer Dave, and you can find me on Grindr.
This is the Councilman. You can find me on Twitter at @THE_Councilman, and I love watching my podcast.
Fantastic. Can you turn the gain up on your mic a little bit? Like on
Dude,
on
I
the
can. I
Fuck
can,
yeah.
totally. Is that better?
Much better.
Nice.
Nice. So,
good evening.
good evening. We have something a little different for everybody. It's a little closer to like what we do late night here on Twitch, where we find a piece of content and just get settled into it.
I think it's well worth that as well. It's a good investment of our time. There's a very important race coming up here in San Jose, and I think it's high time we took a deep dive.
Yeah, so this is the Mayor Candidates Forum for San Jose. The forum is a different format than like a standard debate. There's like a lot less back and forth between the candidates, and especially considering this is from
The KQED.
Yeah, KQED. This is going to be quite tame, but
We're very respectable media outlet.
We're going to get to learn. We're going to learn a little bit about the two mayoral candidates for San Jose, and without any further ado, let's let it rip.
Let's do it.
So far, so good. Local politics, everybody.
Nelly, we cannot hear you.
Yeah. What we need is somebody to do something, ma'am. Somebody over there needs to. It's off to a great start.
Yes, that's Nelly. She's cool, but she's obviously not audible right now. And she's just finding that out. Wait. Nope, it's not you.
No, it is certainly
Definitely.
whoever is going ahead and.
It's definitely the audio. It's KQED. I blame KQED. I will not be giving them a donation.
No tote bag for you this year, sir.
I'll invest it in a Agroplex Media tote. Much more respectable media outlet.
We don't have that. We do have a Gay Frogs backpack.
I think that's perfectly appropriate, and I'm happy to adjust my expectation level.
It's not going to be like this the whole time, right? Somebody's going to fix it, right?
You know, to be honest with you, I did the cardinal sin of not actually watching ahead.
No, that's okay. Me too. That's one of the rules here. Actually, we generally don't watch the content before we watch the content.
Now, if it doesn't, there are actually a bevy of forums between these two on video online. We could choose from. League of Women Voters had one. There was an arts and cultural one. There was a housing one. So there's a few we could pull, and they're probably all on YouTube.
There we go.
Ah.
Everyone who voted was entered into a drawing for some fun KQED swag. We selected 2 random participants, and those lucky winners are...
I wish we could give away more stuff.
If you could raise your hand, here we have a little gift for you. All right, we'll give it to you. And Annette Passage, if you could raise your hand. All right.
So it sounds like what's going on is that she's going through a PA, and that whoever's recording this has a mic somewhere in the crowd, and they're not like running like a line off of the PA into the main system.
It seems like, at least for her mic, I'm curious to see once they if they get into it, if the audio for the candidates is direct wired in.
So we want to thank the Silicon Valley Community Foundation for their support of this Mayor's Forum. We had incredible outreach partners who helped us put the word out through social media, so thank you. Nirvana Soul Cafe and
none of these groups helped with the audio.
Shout out to the County of Santa Clara Registrar of Voters right outside.
I bet the coffee people would be like, "Oh, audio's bad."
So now let's...
We don't know. We brought the coffee and the pastries.
Reporter and producer
And the day-old mochi.
California Politics and Government Desk at KQED.
Wait, what's happening?
Reporter for Univision.
Oh, wait. We're transitioning.
Oh, whoa.
We're transitioning here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the San Jose Mayoral Candidates Forum.
That's much better.
I'm Marzorati with KQED, along with my colleague Maria Antonieta Mejia with Univision 14. And we're thrilled to be joined.
Can you please say that again, Guy?
City's Mexican Heritage
With feeling.
Plaza.
Univision 14.
Univision 14. Thank you.
So much at stake for San Jose.
I'd just say Univision 14 if I didn't have the chops.
Exciting developments,
Yeah,
but also some
honestly.
lingering challenges.
He got her name okay.
Safety, affordability. We hope to talk about all of those topics and more tonight with our 2 candidates, San Jose City Council Member Matt Mahan and Santa Clara County Supervisor
Oh,
Cindy
sorry.
Chavez.
Not supposed to editorialize. Oh, wait, that's exactly what we're doing. We're just editorializing.
Yes, we're just editorializing.
Before we get started, we want to go over...
I mean, you may be a policy wonk, but not me.
First of
Well, you
all,
won't hear a lot of
we'll
yay
knock
for
your
Cindy from me, but you'll
applause
definitely hear a lot
out.
of
We're gonna
boos
ask
for the
you to
other
hold
guy.
it, until the end of the event. We want to spend as much time as possible hearing from our 2 candidates.
Why? I just gotta why does everyone on TV wear a single earbud, like a single AirPod specifically? Like, aren't there aren't there professional in-ear pieces that cost about as much as earbuds that are better?
It's possible. I do not know. I do notice some of the reporters, the on-site reporters, right? Like Ian Cull, he has earpods. Although I think he uses both of his earpods, not just the one. So he at least he uses them properly.
From both Maria and I. Some will be directed to both candidates. Some will be directed to a single candidate. You'll have 2 minutes to respond to the question, and if you'd like, you'll have a 1-minute rebuttal.
Ooh.
We are also going to be taking questions from our audience tonight, so you can use the card that was given to you, and a producer will come around and collect those.
I have my
We're also
card.
going to be hearing questions pre-recorded
Where's
from
the producer?
San Jose residents that were submitted before tonight.
Are you the producer?
Those questions are going to be played out live on our live stream for viewers at home. So we are going to have a little bit of an awkward pause here while those questions play out for the live stream. After that's done, I'm going to be...
Wait, that's weird. What do you mean an awkward pause? Me and the councilman are like not a professional operation, and we are literally on 31 milliseconds delay. That's less than a 20th of a second. We're not... Come on, man.
And does it really matter? Like, if there's a delay anyway? I mean, you have a live forum and then you have a live stream, and it's not as though you're like interacting with the person or the folks watching on the live stream, right?
Oh, thanks for the sub, Potobogus.
to both the candidates
nice.
here in person. So again, it will be a little bit of an awkward pause there. But with that, let's get started. Maria?
Thank you so much, Guy. ¿Qué tal? Mi nombre es María Antonieta Mejía de Univisión 14 y me acompaña en este día Guy Martínez.
No, she should have to say NBC Bay Area.
Make fun of him.
Con los candidatos a la alcaldía de San José, la supervisora del condado de Santa Clara, Cindy Chávez, y el concejal de San José, Matt Mahan.
El pendejo.
Ya solo faltan 3 semanas para poder votar en estas elecciones. Y
Amigo de Peter Thiel.
Excúsame. ¿Qué dice?
Alcalde o alcaldesa van a enfrentar varios retos.
Alcaldesa, I like
por
that.
ejemplo,
Female
el de
mayor.
las personas sin hogar, el de la seguridad pública y la falta de vivienda asequible. Vamos a hablar de estos temas y otros más de manera detallada con los candidatos, pero antes de eso les quiero dar a conocer algunas reglas que tenemos aquí en el foro y vamos a comenzar
These are the rules.
pidiéndoles que no aplaudan a lo largo del
For
foro.
those of you who do not
Van a
speak Spanish, he's
tener la
basically repeating what
oportunidad de
Guy said
hacerlo al
in
final
español.
de este evento. Además,
With a much better accent than
algunas
Guy
de las
Maserati.
preguntas que haremos serán para ambos candidatos, otras van a ser para los candidatos de manera individual. Cada candidato va a tener 2 minutos para responder y 1 minuto para hacer una contra.
90-10 Matt Mahan doesn't speak a fucking word of Spanish.
He does in his campaign
Además, vamos a
videos,
incluir
but it's all
preguntas de la
pretty
audiencia,
forced and
así
scripted.
que si ustedes
Cindy
isn't
isn't a native speaker either.
alguna
She's
pregunta,
didn't grow up
utilicen
speaking
las
Spanish.
tarjetitas que les dieron.
She's learned a little bit, but she
Alguno de
doesn't
los
speak very well either.
productores va a ir a recogerlas
She doesn't
para que
try, that's the
ustedes
thing.
puedan participar. Ahora
Doesn't
sí,
try to be something she's
vamos
not.
con Guy.
Thank you so much.
Vamos con Guy.
Get started with our opening questions. Supervisor Chavez, you will get the first answer tonight. We're then going to alternate answers. Councilmember Mahan, you will have the last word at the end of the evening. Our opening question, it's safe to say that a great many residents of San Jose feel like the city is going in the wrong direction. They're hungry for change at City Hall. Supervisor Chavez, you've been in local government for the better part of 25 years, first on the City Council, now on the County Board of Supervisors. Councilmember Mahan, you have the support of the current mayor, Sam Liccardo. He's raising hundreds of thousands of dollars to ensure that you follow in his footsteps. So my question to both of you is, what makes you the best candidate to bring effective change to City Hall? And Supervisor Chavez, we'll start with you.
Thank you, and thank you all so much for being here. The most important thing, I think, as I look to the future of San Jose is really what experience that I've had as a council member and a member of the Board of Supervisors that's going to really be able to meet the moment. We're facing very challenging situations, policing, homelessness, housing, the affordability of that housing, and getting San Jose cleaned up again. As a member of the Board of
Oh, come
Supervisors,
on.
I really led the
Cleaned up again. Like,
Yeah, she's
hate
buying
this
into a
shit.
lot of the same tropes that the other side is, and sort of, not pivoting, but just sort of be getting defensive and using the same rhetoric, the blight and the, clean up the city and safest big city rhetoric. She's using all the same rhetoric. It's disappointing. She could do more.
I feel like, the city's going in the wrong direction. And I think like a message that a candidate could do really well with is being like, yeah, things are kind of bad. We just came out of a pandemic, but all things considered, we're doing a lot better than other cities our size. And here's what's going right. But here are the places we definitely need to do some work. And don't ever call the city that you're trying to get people to vote for you in dirty.
Right. And just be real with people, right? And be honest. But try to speak about it in more positive terms anyway, in general. Think of To be honest, a lot of what she says is poll tested, consultant driven stuff. She does have her own voice. I just don't see it a lot on the campaign trail, and it's really frustrating. Because she is a very independent minded and very, very strong person in and of herself. As a candidate, though, she seems very controlled, and I've never really cared for it. But the other guy is such a stiff that it's she still stands out. But you're right. Yeah, I think your approach would be the right way to go, especially considering that someone needs to pull punches on the other guy, and if he is getting supported by the current mayor and all his hundreds of thousands of dollars of money that raised, why is he also making the case that the city's completely off track? Right? Like if the current mayor supports him and gives him all that money, what does the current mayor think of that? If we're completely off track, it's his fault.
And just real important, do not allude to the fact that the city you want to be the mayor of is dirty.
I think that's a really good rule of thumb to live by, frankly.
The effort to address COVID-19, and I did that by making sure that I met with all the mayors of all the cities and all the city managers of all the cities to make sure we were on the same page, and that saved lives. That experience of bringing business, labor, nonprofits, the community together, faith institutions, along with government, I think uniquely qualifies me to be ready to meet the moment that will come forward. And I think it's going to be a very challenging time for San Jose.
And the same question to you.
Thank you. And Can you hear me okay? There we go. Thank you, and good evening to everyone. Buenas noches a todos.
He's speaking for an audience of one. The audience of one is named Peter Thiel.
Roll it back. He's speaking Spanish. Roll it back. He just stopped. He spoke like 10 seconds of Spanish. This is going to be glorious.
Can you hear me okay? There we go. Thank you, and good evening to everyone. Buenas noches a todos y gracias por invitarnos aquí para hablar sobre el futuro de la ciudad nuestra. I think that our city is absolutely going on the wrong track. And the reason I believe I'm the right person to be mayor is that I have had experiences outside of government in which I have seen how to deliver results through systems of accountability. When I first got to City Hall, I was shocked to see that we would pass a multi-billion-dollar budget without committing to concrete, measurable goals and holding ourselves accountable for delivering those goals. I was a public school teacher just up the road here in Alum Rock, where I had to know for each of my students who's on grade level, who isn't, and what does it take to get that student on grade level. I was in the business sector for over a decade, building a couple of software companies that empowered millions of people to participate in their democracy, and I had to make payroll. And what's missing at City Hall today is focus and accountability, and I have the experience to bring that focus and accountability to local government.
Again, what do you think the current mayor thinks of that statement?
Thank you so much to both. So we're going to go to one of the questions, and I'm going to be reading first in Spanish, then in English, and then for this one, we're going to ask Mr. Mahan to go first. I will go first in Spanish. Durante la pandemia, uno de los grupos más golpeados por el COVID-19 fueron los latinos, ya que muchos tenían que trabajar sin la posibilidad de laborar desde su casa. ¿Qué harían ustedes como candidatos para asegurarse de que este grupo tenga la posibilidad de levantarse económicamente? Ahora en inglés. During the pandemic, one of the most affected ethnic groups were Latinos, many of which didn't have the opportunity to work from home like others. So what will you do to make sure that they have a speedy economic recovery? Let's go with Mr. Mahan.
En español, por favor.
You know, when government is failing to deliver services effectively, whether that's public education or police response or speeding up permitting to build housing or struggling through a pandemic, it is our most vulnerable and marginalized communities that bear the brunt of those struggles. I will fight for a city hall that is more effective and efficient at delivering the services we are responsible for. We have to permit building housing faster so that there is more housing to bring down the cost and make it more accessible. We have to demand that our public schools offer a high quality education to all of our young people.
No, we can't do that as mayor.
Deserves to live in a neighborhood that is safe and clean. And today,
could you get the fuck out of here with this safe shit? I just looked up the other day, like last year San Jose had 28 murders. Get the fuck out of here. Like, come on, man. There are like rural, like small towns that had more fucking murders than San Jose. Get the fuck out of here with this.
There's rural
need to
small
be
towns
safe.
There's rural small towns that had more people run over by tractors than San Jose has had murders.
Right. And, I'm not saying that, great, we had 28 murders. I'm just saying that all things considered, that's fucking amazing for a little over 1 million people.
Correct.
We are failing too many neighborhoods, particularly on the east side, and actually delivering those outcomes. And I will use performance management and data to guarantee that we are accountable for delivering the same quality of services to east side San Jose as we do to the rest of the city.
He's like, that algorithm that gives you your news feed on Facebook, we're going to use that to figure out what we need to do for the city of San Jose.
Yeah. And it presumes that, well, I mean, the thing is, he knows better. He knows that we do. He knows that there are benchmarks, there are key performance measures. He knows that employees go through evaluations every year, that he knows that we do have accountability in government, and we have the ultimate accountability for his ass, which is the voters, right? We can actually vote them out if we don't like what they're doing. So there is utter accountability. It's just a question of whether or not people want to get engaged and find out what's actually going on. And until they do, they're susceptible to messaging from a, whatever tech bro, no tie wearing dude like this, who comes in and says, I like Trump, mind you, like Trump. I know what it means to run a business. I've run many successful businesses. I know what it takes to run an efficient organization. So I can come in and do what all these other people who held government positions never have been able to do before, elected positions. And I'm going to solve all of it because I know how. I know better than anyone. And frankly, that campaign has been waiting to be run in San Jose, right? With the outsider, insider, outsider, whatever you want to call it. He's tapping into something, and he knows it, that has been festering below the surface and now has its moment. Like, he's even said this to some people behind the scenes. I'm running because, because they say, well, you only been on the council for 2 years. You just got here, bro. Like, wait your turn. He says, no, but this is my moment. This is the only time I could possibly become mayor, if I really want to. So I have to go for it. And he said that. And it's true. It's true. He is trying to tap into a moment. He's running up against a juggernaut of a campaign, so it's going to be a really tight race because of that. But he's also running up against a vulnerable juggernaut that has a lot of baggage, and he looks like the fresh-faced, new ideas guy. But he's absolutely tapping into some dog whistle shit on a lot of levels.
If she wouldn't have said at the beginning to clean up the city, right about now, as she answers the question, would be a good time to be like, hey, I look around San Jose and I don't see a dirty city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I just got polled today. There's a poll that goes around about every month. It's funded by San Jose Insight, I think, in Metro, to, whatever Silicon Valley power players. I don't freaking know. You can look up the list online. Anyway, it was about the state of downtown San Jose, and the hella leading questions, right? Like, I generally think downtown is clean, and then, I strongly agree. Don't agree, whatever, strongly don't agree, something like that, right? Have no opinion. It's like, it's presuming that it's just dirty, or it's presuming that it is clean. It's like, it's a city.
There's not even enough going on in downtown San Jose for anybody to really make a mess, to be perfectly honest.
Well, and we have that public toilet at Market in Santa Clara, right? So, no one's pooping on the street either, since we got the public toilets. And people generally, I've noticed, businesses will let people poop in their bathrooms if they have to poop. So generally speaking, you don't see poop on the street. You don't see, you see people on the street, but they're all nice if you just talk to them. They're not dirty.
Thank you. Now we go with Ms. Chavez.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. During COVID-19, recognizing that we had the Latino community, the Vietnamese community, we had a number of communities that were dramatically impacted more than others, in part because of the kind of work that they did, being in restaurants or service work, being clerks at grocery stores. What we had to do was we started to get people to go door to door to get people tested and vaccinated. And the benefit of that is that we got to employ quite a lot of people as promotores to make sure that they were getting the word out in different languages, so that we were able to make sure that we weren't leaving people behind, and doing our very best to make sure that we weren't having people getting evicted. We had an eviction moratorium because of that. And we also did some funding to make sure that people could stay in their homes. Those were the immediate things that we did. I think what we can do now is making sure that government works for everybody. And one of the challenges we had is, in particular with small businesses, not having access to capital, not being able to get their tenant improvements and that kind of work. And that's what we should be doing now to make sure that people can
Matt's like, haha, why didn't they just call their venture capitalist friend?
get on board and get safely back to work as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much.
We're now going to dive in on some questions related to homelessness, mental health, and eviction.
Sir, could you dive in on getting just about a lot closer to your microphone?
A question for you both. San Jose has just cleared one of the city's largest homeless encampments near the airport under pressure from the federal government. We know this is not going to be the last
Working on it.
encampment of its size to come before the city. My question to both of you, and I'll start with City Council Member Mahan, is what will be your approach as mayor to dealing with those kind of encampments as they crop up?
Well, let me back up and talk about our homelessness crisis more broadly. We have to stop doubling down on a strategy that isn't working. We are currently spending most of our dollars building brand new apartments at a cost of $800,000 a door just to help someone transition off the streets.
Right, but you build it once and it's there forever, you fucking idiot.
Have
Also
to be
true.
much more pragmatic and cost effective in scaling up basic but still safe and dignified shelter so that we can end the era of encampments. Yes, we need to manage encampments better and provide more services, but I want to end the era of encampments, and that starts with scaling up basic shelter quickly and cost effectively. It also will require us to push our county leaders to expand inpatient care for addiction and mental illness, and to invest in programs like job training and job placement. None of us should accept the situation on our streets today, which is that in our city alone, we have over 5,000 people living outside every single day. Last year, over 200 people died on our streets. We need to end the era of encampments, not just manage the situation on our streets.
Well, but what about both? Like you have to manage.
You do have to do both. You have to do immediate management, and then you have to, you do have. I mean, we should have been doing things 20, 30, 40 years ago. But yes, you have to manage it at all levels. You have to manage it from the encampment level, from people just living right on the street, literally. You've got people couch surfing. You've got people doubling up, tripling up families in apartments and sharing a car, right? And all of this, like all levels, need to be supported in some way. And what we are doing, we're hitting our metrics on building market rate housing. Yay, every year. Over 100% in some years of our goals for market rate housing, coming nowhere near hitting our goals for below market rate, extremely low income, right? Individuals. We're not hitting our and that's year over year, cumulatively getting worse and providing less and less options for people and driving the housing costs up. And this guy can talk all he wants about like scaling up effective solutions to end the fucking encampment, to end the encampment crisis, or the era of encampments is over, right? If he really wants to do that, if he wants to find beds for 5,000 people, what community in this city isn't going to revolt right now if I told them we were going to bring 100 beds for unhoused people to their community, right? Like pods, whatever. You can make it all nice, make it nice and pretty, and clean, right? With little fake gardens and yards, right, and all that shit. When people just really want a place to fucking have a roof over their head, yeah, like do it. Like, but where are you going to get that approved tomorrow, right? That's not going to happen tomorrow. That takes years of community engagement, of selling it to people, of building public will, because people just they're racists, they're bigots, they're sexists, and they just want to equate homelessness with crime, right? For whatever reason. And they've been trained to do that by the dog whistle. So you're not going to get 5,000 beds or 5,000 units in the city in any expedient amount of time without a significant amount of community engagement, because every single time one of these things is proposed and the city staff comes up with a great idea and they have a project ready to go, the community rises up and the city council backs down and nothing gets done. Or it takes 5-6 years to get something done that could take a few months. He's right. We could do these things quickly if we didn't have to deal with the public backlash and the NIMBY factor, right? And it's real. It's absolutely real, and it has to be dealt with, and it's not going to be dealt with overnight. I do trust Cindy Chavez to deal with it better than he will, because she has experience dealing with it and working with both sides and bringing people together, as evidenced by the fact that the entire city council, except for this dipshit, is endorsing her. Oh, and the mayor. Anyway, I'm done for now.
I just feel like you don't understand the power of the distributed network effect of the blockchain.
Please teach me. Master man, teach me.
Supervisor Chavez.
So to try to answer the question that you've raised, is that one of the challenges that we see in our community is that we're working to get people housed as rapidly as we can. But I think what's happened in our community is people can't see it, in part because of places like Columbus Park and that large encampment. And so one of the things that I think we need to make sure we're doing is that as people get services, both short and long-term services, and we clear an area, whether it's Columbus Park, a creek, or a park, that it stays clear. And that we don't have people go back into that location, so that we can actually demonstrate to the public what we are and aren't accomplishing relative to getting people housed. One of the most important things I think to understand is that of all the people we've gotten housed, and that's about 20,000 since 2015, 35% of them have been placed into housing that's been newly built, but a majority of them are in housing that already existed, and we place them in that housing as effectively and as quickly as we can. One last thing about that encampment is that it's really, really important that the city and the county collaborate so that we make sure we get people permanently housed. It's important to do the interim housing as well, but long term, if we don't have permanent housing, we'll just be dealing with that person over and over again.
We're now going to hear a question from a San Jose resident pre-recorded on the issue of evictions. Again, this question is going to play out for our audiences on TV at home, and then I'm going to repeat the question for everyone here in person, so just stand by.
My name is Maria Quiñones Ortiz, and I'm called Ciclanina. I'm speaking on behalf of the Washington Gardner area. How will you stop landlords to drive people out by raising outrageously high rents?
The question is from Maria Quinones Ortiz. She's from the Washington Gardner neighborhood. And her question is, how are you both going to approach the issue of evictions? Specifically, she asked, how will you stop landlords from driving people out by raising outrageously high rents, unquote. And we'll start with you, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. One of the investments that I've made as a county supervisor, and I would want to continue to do this as a member of the city council, as a mayor, would be to make sure that we continue to allow and make available legal services for people who live in our community. Because one of the challenges is that folks don't always know what their rights are. And that investment to make sure that folks have the tools they need to stay in their homes is really important. The other thing that we have to do, and this speaks to keeping people from becoming homeless, and this is why the eviction moratorium was so important, is that we have an opportunity to, in a very cost-effective way, keep people housed. Having someone on the street who's mentally ill for a year in services is $63,000. On average, keeping people housed costs us, in one-time money, about $5,000. The other thing we have to take a look at is making sure that we're offering services, not over-servicing people, but giving people the services they need to stay in their home. Maybe that's job training, maybe that's connection to affordable child care, and really making sure we're doing what we can to keep people in the homes that they're in today.
Councilmember Mahan, that question on evictions to you, and I guess the flip side, how you'll deal with landlord-tenant issues as mayor.
Yeah, it's an important question. The city actually has begun a small test of providing legal support to folks who are facing eviction. We have a number of tenant protections that are important, and I'm proud that the city has. I think, though, that when we talk about this issue, we need to move beyond just pitting a tenant and a landlord against one another in a zero-sum game. The reality is that we, in our state, have broken the housing production market and are creating a lot of bad decisions. When we talk about homelessness, when we talk about evictions, displacement, our neighborhoods with 2-3 families to a home, that all goes back to the fact that our region is adding jobs at a much faster rate than we're building housing. And the reason for that is we've created so many rules and regulations and fees and taxes that most of the folks who build housing don't want to build housing in our city or our region anymore.
Wait, no, and you and your rich ass friends just keep making these companies and fucking importing people from other places to work at these companies, and there's nowhere for them to live.
Unregulated, without fees, without impact. We've just now been fighting tooth and nail to get impact fees for housing from commercial development in San Jose. That's just happened, right, this year. So, and that took a battle to get that.
But if the commercial development's happening over in like Santa Clara and Sunnyvale, like San Jose can't do nothing about it, but all the people are looking for an apartment in San Jose.
And that's, again, also creating the burden, and another reason why it's important to get these kind of those monies out of these companies like this guy created, although he didn't really create causes. Let's be honest. And
so somebody in the chat was asking what business this guy was in. Matt Mahan created like election software of some kind, or was it like?
I mean, yes.
Or was it like campaign software?
He started out at Causes. Are you familiar with that at Facebook?
I remember. Oh no!
You remember Causes?
Oh god!
He was the CEO of Causes, and then it got absorbed by Facebook, and then went from that to founding Brigade, which was kind of going to be a community engagement app of some sort that I never really got into, but apparently helped change the world according to him. And then he sold it to Pinterest. Literally, that's not even that's not even a goofy whatever you call it, euphemism. So yeah, those are the two companies. So Causes and Brigade, if you want to look them up.
Brigade is such a crazy name for a company about community engagement. Brigade sounds like, I don't know. It sounds like a password manager service or something that would. Yeah. It sounds like it's something that sounds like aggressive.
Oddly enough, that's the sort of organizing unit that Code for America uses, right? Brigades at the local level. So like the Code for San Jose Brigade. Anyway, yes. So those are the two companies, and then he made quite a bit of money selling Brigade off to Pinterest. I'm not really sure why, other than just the metrics and numbers and algorithms and data that he collected from all the users that he could pass along to them that they can use in their advertising.
So he like basically pumped and dumped two companies that probably would not have made it on their own if they weren't purchased.
Correct. According to him, the employees were all made whole and either went on to Pinterest or they got bought out and got some sort of severance package. So according to him, all was hunky dory. But they're not really doing anything now other than just the product isn't doing anything now. Like what he created is gone. It's helping Pinterest like market to their own users, basically.
We've added 6 jobs for every home that we've built. So I'm all for keeping in place.
So like, I hate to do that. I hate to say this, but what if we just stop adding jobs for a little while? It's like
that, but the thing is that's the mantra, what it's been for years in San Jose. We need to, shift our structural tax deficit by increasing jobs and creating more business and business tax and sales tax and things of that nature. And so we need to have more jobs, and we need to encourage commercial development, discourage housing growth. Oh, and look at, what do you know? We're in the middle of a housing crisis, because that was the mentality for many, many years. That's still the mentality of the city's general plan right now. Despite all of these incentives they're trying to create to build housing now and trying to push it, the general plan itself still calls for the city to be by 2040, to be at a 1-to-1 ratio of jobs per employable resident, like resident over the age of 14, right? Right now, we're at, as we have been for many, many years, in the low 80%, like 0.82 jobs per every employable resident. We've been there fluctuating in that space for many, many years, for decades. It's not going to change anytime soon. And in the meantime, we have put barriers in the way to housing. He's right in that regard. We are removing those barriers, but structurally they still exist. So in that regard, he's right. He does not have all the answers, though. I guarantee it.
So what I think the problem is anywhere where the density is going to be allowed by the community is going to tend to end up being commercial. So then you end up trying to also add density outside of like the city core, and then, or outside of like First Street all the way up, all the way north, right? They're not adding a lot of dense housing there. They're adding a lot of, they're tearing down stuff and putting up dense offices there. So then like something's got to give.
Yeah. The plan. I mean, the plans keep evolving. The plan is to do a mix up there. There are plans for housing up there. There's basically allotments in each part of the city. Without getting too wonky on the general plan, the general plan is organized around this principle of urban villages, right? The city did realize, and cities are realizing that they need to get denser and grow up and not out anymore. So we created an urban growth boundary, and now we've created these pockets called urban villages that are centered around major thoroughfares, transit hubs, light rail, bus lines, or downtown especially, right? And they are different villages that have the ability and the zoning to upscale and to grow and to be more dense, right? And there's sort of 70 of these pockets in and around the city, a lot of them clustered around downtown, obviously. And the idea is to use that as a catalyst for growth. But what's happened is that the whole process has been stalled out because San Jose is still stuck in this pastoral mindset, and you get, again, enough community pushback on the plan, and the elected officials, back down. They back down, even if city staff wants to go ahead and move forward, even though the professional staff who know what they're doing have an idea they want to go forward with. Once the community pushes back and the council backs down, the council is their boss, and they have to back down too, and everything gets stuck. So we're basically dealing with a plan that's never really been implemented. It won't be implemented in time by the time it's supposed to sunset even. And in the balance are people's lives who are living on the street, and we're just we're not moving fast enough. So in that regard, he's right, and he's tapping into people like me that irritation, that value, that knowledge that, yeah, we're not moving fast enough, and we could be doing better, and we have structural problems that need to be fixed. So he's tapping into that would normally get me fired up, but I know better, so I can read between his.
Someone in the chat's asking, politically, are those 70 or I guess urban development zones? They're under the city council. I think what they're asking is like the city council is what's regulating the construction to some degree, or regulating the projects, or approving certain things about the project. Is that?
In as much as the city council approves what is in the general plan for the city and all of the zoning code for every parcel in the city, they control what is allowed to be built or used or done on every parcel that's in their purview, right, in the city. And that includes your house, right? Now, granted, you have a lot of, if you are a private property owner, you do have a lot of rights, and you have, there's not a ton of stuff holding you back from like renovating, doing stuff with your property, right, within reason, or just selling it. It does apply, but a lot of times the power comes in more with these larger scale projects. But yes, the city council is the ultimate arbiter of what gets done on any parcel in the city. That goes all the way up to eminent domain, right, where the city or the county or another public agency can claim a piece of land, can basically say, hey, we need your house. Your house is right in the middle of where we're going to build the new BART station, and we need an escalator right here, and it's going to come out where your house is. So we need to take your house and tear it down and build the escalator. We're going to pay you fair market value for your house and the property and everything, and we're going to find you a new place. And, if you want to move the house, we'll help you put it up on stilts or on a truck, and we'll move it down the street or something. But we really need this property, so we're going to take it. And they can vote to do that. And it does happen quite a bit, actually, with small parcels. So not so often.
So not for nothing here, when I see advertisements for what appear to be urban villages, they're advertising to the high end. And I don't know if these are the 70 urban villages we're talking about, but when I see advertisements that look like that's what they're trying to sell, either to the community or to potential buyers for like condos or apartments or whatever, it looks like they're advertising to the top of the pile.
They generally are. I mean, that's what we're building. Like I said, we're building market rate housing. You might see projects from a group called Urban Catalyst. They're taking advantage of what are called opportunity zones, which are it's kind of like a weird semi-redlining thing where the government has designated certain parcels and census tracts because of whatever historical iniquities. As areas where they will incentivize people to come in and develop the area or the parcel with the promise of like tax breaks on the back end. And so you're seeing a lot of developers come in and take advantage of that and build, affordable housing, ish, but how, mixed use housing developments on those parcels and reaping, if they can get it built, reaping the benefits of it. But it kind of somewhat creates a segregated housing structure as well too. So you might be seeing that, but you're right that they're certainly advertising a more urban environment in San Jose and a lot of San Jose housing.
That's right.
That might be a realtor thing though. Might be more of a realtor thing than anything else.
Well, you're going to have to talk over this while I go to the bathroom.
Protection.
Well, all right then.
Making sure tenants' rights are protected.
I'll translate into Spanish.
Access to the resources that they need. But these are bad trade-offs. We have to get serious about removing barriers to building up in places like downtown, in your transit, and adding housing supply to better balance all the demand that's out there so that people can find an affordable home. And we have shot ourselves in the foot on this for far too long, and that's what's leading to the kind of displacement that we're seeing.
Thank you for that answer. I want to follow up with you, Councilmember Mahan. A centerpiece of your plan to deal with homelessness in the city has been around the idea of emergency interim housing, also known as tiny homes for the homeless. But when 6 of those sites, either to build them or expand them, came up before the City Council in June, you actually voted no. You said the city staff should spend more time looking for an alternative to the project that was proposed for your district.
Thank you, Guy.
That kind of reluctance, that kind of push for delay, part of how we ended up in this homeless crisis to begin with?
Well, actually, I have moved forward a site that will be the largest in the city with 206 units at Branham and Monterey. Very proud of that work. We are working on a...
Tell me all about your work to do that.
Site for RVs.
Sorry, that was another council member that did that work. He's claiming it now because it's in his district now.
But I want to be very clear about that.
It wasn't before redistricting.
I actually authored the memo that argued for the approach, but then when staff brought forward sites with no community engagement, I had to say we need to slow down and actually tell the community what the plan is and answer their questions. And so Councilmember Cohen and I, the 2 districts where new sites were proposed with no community engagement, with no guarantees about what investments we would make in that neighborhood to make it safer and cleaner as a result of building a transitional site, I thought that was wrong.
Wait, now please pause it. Now the bar isn't no impact. Now the bar is actually everything has to magically get better here too. Actually,
you need to, so you just missed Guy Maserati speaking exactly my mind and calling this fucker on an actual vote at the council when emergency interim housing came before the council, 6 sites around the city, and he vetoed it and voted against it. And his argument is, well, I argued in favor of the approach, but the sites were chosen without any community engagement, and then we're pretty much trying to drive down people's throat, and you need to do the community engagement. And so that's what I was asking for. And the truth of the matter is there was more likely community outreach on a lot of this stuff, and usually there is a lot of community outreach. It's just that, for whatever reason, it's not getting through, or people are not hearing it, or they're not listening, or they just don't care until it's too late, or until someone tells them it's a really bad thing that's happening, and they get all fired up and they say, well, you haven't reached out to me. I had no idea that this is someone speaking at a city council meeting during public comment on an issue like this. I had no idea this meeting was happening until I heard about it on Nextdoor, or I heard about it from my neighbor, or someone told me about it, right? I'm here speaking at the meeting. I'm getting engaged as a community member, right? The government is engaging me, and yet I'm claiming that I had no idea, right? You got there. You got to the meeting. I don't care where you heard about it or when you heard about it. You got to the meeting. Isn't that the most important thing? So speak your piece. Don't spend all this time bitching that you didn't get engaged. You got engaged. You learned about it. So, do something with that.
Ask a question or something. Yeah.
Ask a question and to do something.
And build buy-in for these solutions, we will not be able to scale them up. Now that site,
it's because people like him and other council members placate and humor these people that we end up stuck in the mud.
Sites, but we have to at least let people know where we're planning to build sites and give them an opportunity to provide input. And so on the safe parking site that we are moving forward rapidly, we have formed a community advisory committee in my district to give input on the site and meet with the operator. And I think that's the right approach to take if we're going to build public support for these solutions.
Yeah, but it's not going to happen in 6 months. It is the right approach, but it's not going to happen in 6 months then, like he's promising. You can't have both.
The idea is to use the courts to push for services, housing, treatment for those with severe mental illness who we see so visibly suffering on our streets. Santa Clara County, despite widespread support in the legislature and in the public for this plan, Santa Clara County is not going to implement care courts till the end of 2024. And this comes after it took the county roughly 20 years to implement Laura's Law, which was a reform to outpatient treatment for the mentally ill. I'm wondering how you'd respond to critics who say the county and you as a supervisor have been slow to enact some of these reforms for folks with mental illness who so often end up on our streets.
Because they're not humane.
The question. I mean, first of all, that I would just say a couple things about care court. I think care court is really important, but one of the challenges that care court does not address is the ability for us to conserve people who need help. And so I don't think we're in the second phase out of reluctance. I think it's more that we're trying to understand how it is that it's actually going to move the dial and help us help people who can't help themselves. The rules for conservation are very, very high, and they're high in part because people in the past abused each other. So I understand we want to be careful about it, but I think one of the most important things we can do is actually take a look at working with the state legislature to change those rules so that we can, frankly, put people in...
Lady B Miniatures, yeah, of course it's legal for the mayor to put his thumb on the scale in the election after he leaves.
Yes.
The mayor just has to follow the campaign finance laws like everybody else.
Correct. That's all. Easy peasy.
Helpful for them in the long run. I just want to add one other thing, and this relates a little to the question you just asked Mr. Mahan, and that is that for the development he's talking about, the county actually is an investor in that development. I think it is really important that we look at every single option available to us to help people, whether they're mentally ill and homeless, and look for solutions that actually have the outcome that we intend, and that we're doing it in a way that's both judicious, right, and we're doing it in a cost-effective way, but also in a way that's very assertive, because so many people are suffering on our streets, so many people.
Can I jump in on that one? I think on the issue of mental health, this is a critical issue that impacts not just homelessness.
Lock them up, throw them in a fucking sanitarium. That's what this guy's going to say, right?
Essentially, but in a very nice way and with a, soothing tone.
We can scale up some sanitariums that there's NFTs on the wall. And
I might be able to scale up some straitjackets and a little more medication. The
straitjackets will be hypoallergenic.
Medication.
Public safety.
Medication.
Frankly, I am a very strong supporter of care courts. I think it is a travesty that our county board and Supervisor Chavez have decided to defer something.
Oh, now we're getting
real
salty.
Solution that has finally come along for the first time in years that San Francisco and Los Angeles have decided to move forward with. Thus,
guarantee you Chesa wouldn't have done it.
Hundreds of millions of dollars that are available.
Wait, didn't she say they're already on phase 2 of implementing whatever the fuck this is?
Yeah, Laura's Law. I don't know about care court.
Okay.
Yeah. This is Gavin's big proposal about. It's basically an extension of Laura's Law and forcing mentally ill people into treatment, into services, but actually not, providing the services because we don't have them.
Right.
So it's basically cops arresting a bunch of, unhoused people with mental illness, putting them into VMC, into some program for 72 hours, and then they're released back on the streets, and all the cycle starts over again. And like Supervisor Chavez says, we end up spending infinitely more money, unfortunately serving these folks like that than we would if we could provide the services and, give them a place to live and then provide the services in-house there. That would be useful.
For implementation, what care courts does is actually give a judge the ability to mandate that someone go into inpatient treatment, which is exactly the kind of solution that we need when we
But everybody didn't push a California state senator, my friend.
Thousands of people on our streets suffering from severe mental illness.
I want to give you
Austin Bennett, shout out.
First of all, it doesn't actually do that. What it does is it gives
Right.
us an opportunity to work with people who are seriously who have psychosis of some kind. We think between 15% of the people statewide that have this problem that are either homeless or not homeless but need services. It gives us an opportunity to put services around that person and try to persuade that person to take services. But they still have to go through the same process for conservation. Now, there's only one difference, and the difference is a judge can say to the conservator, I want you to take a look at this person, so they can make a direct referral. But that's the only change in the legislation. And it's important to understand that, because whether it's AOT, Laura's Law, or this, when we tell the public that they're going to get this outcome, and this is really not the outcome we're going to get, it further builds distrust. And in addition to that, it also makes people very nervous. Now, we didn't defer it because we didn't want to engage. In fact, I'm not sure we deferred it. I think we're in the planning stages of implementing this in the most robust way we can. And by the way, Judge Manley, who's part of our court system, played a leadership role in developing that. He's playing a leadership role in helping us implement it.
I do want to move ahead. Councilmember, I have a question for you from an audience member on Instagram, Flordea Brill. She says many homeless residents in her South San Jose neighborhood live in their cars and add to the parking congestion for residents. I'm wondering if you have a specific plan for those homeless residents who could so often go overlooked because they are living in their cars, not visibly on the streets, and then addressing congestion concerns at the same time from residents like Florida who are living in those neighborhoods.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I mentioned the safe parking site. I also want to note that the site that was proposed, where I asked staff to go back and look at an alternative, one of the reasons, by the way, was that it was right next to the safe parking site. In fact, we have 4 sites within a half mile. And I think we need to fight for an equitable distribution of these solutions all over the city and, frankly, all over the county. San Jose cannot solve the homelessness crisis in our county alone. We're about half of the county's population, but closer to 70% of the county's homeless population. To the point of those living in vehicles, I think the intermediate step, which is what we're doing in my district at the Santa Teresa VTA Safe Park site, where we have an entire lot that is unused, is create a safe park site where we can have on-site services. But the goal must be to graduate folks from cars and RVs into more stable housing and give them the counseling and the job training and the job.
Can't they just live at the Avalon?
Strategies to help people get to greater levels of self-sufficiency.
Supervisor Chavez, that same question to you. I don't know if you have thoughts about the way the city's safe parking program is playing out.
Well, I think that the safe parking program, depending on the operator, actually, are working really well or not so well. And we have a lot of faith institutions that are allowing for that to be rotated onto their sites. I think that it's really critical that we set goals for how many people we're able to permanently house from those situations. As an example, we have a tiny home program at the county in front of City Hall, the old City Hall. We have a program that helps families that are homeless, but mostly single.
Soup for my breadline. Thank you for the raid.
24 units.
And goats.
About 56 residents. About 67% of all
Watching the mayor's
get permanently
forum.
housed when they leave, and that's the same kind of goals we need to set for those kinds of safe park places.
I want to ask a quick question about these emergency interim housing sites and get an answer from both of you. There's been some suggestion perhaps of accompanying them with encampment bans, basically as a way to maybe get more neighbors to sign on.
Whoa.
Is an emergency site in your neighborhood, it'll come with an encampment ban. I'm wondering if that's an idea either of you would go for.
The encampments don't get a permit.
Yeah, so back to building public support for solutions. When we build transitional housing, we need to make a commitment to the neighborhood that takes on that
Tony,
site.
thank you for the bits.
Your neighborhood will be better, not worse off.
Baby throwing money at Matt
First,
Mahan
telling
is
you
actually
that
a pretty
site
good
may be
metaphor
coming
for
and giving you an opportunity
city
to
of
ask
San
some
Jose,
questions
actually.
and give some input. It means not concentrating them all in one part of town or a couple parts of town.
He's not answering the question.
Very importantly, I do think that we should have a setback around these sites. We now have a setback based on a memo I wrote last year around schools. We do not allow encampments in the city of San Jose within 150 feet of schools. I think that actually should be a larger setback. I think we should have a setback from the center of our creeks because we've been sued for the amount of pollution going into our watershed. And similarly, I think that when a neighborhood takes on a transitional site or
Didn't people used to live near creeks before and not pollute the shit out of the creeks? Like that was just like a thing that people did hundreds of years ago.
they don't want, and part of that is not having encampments grow around that site. I think that's a basic guarantee we ought to give a neighborhood.
Supervisor Chavez, your thoughts on that?
I think that every time we offer people services, we need to make sure that we don't have people coming back there. So what that means is that we're actually reducing the number of encampments and the size of those encampments, and we should be doing it in a really assertive way. And the one thing I just want to say to all of you who have supported Measure A and have been really compassionate about how we're handling homelessness, even though we've moved 20,000 people into housing, we have another 10,000 people to go, and I'm not satisfied that we're done. But the importance of that, the importance of completing that process is that we need to
Lady B, that's not just how Matt Mahan comes across.
do our work. And what that means is that we need to be able to keep those.
You have accurately assessed the situation.
In perpetuity.
Thank you both.
So pause it if you can. Sorry.
About,
Yeah.
One more time. I really want to use this opportunity because we're an hour in, and I want to just point this out. There's a fallacy at work here. An encampment ban would be redundant. In San Jose, in the city of San Jose, the encampments you see, the folks you see living in tents on the streets or in public spaces in the public right of way, that's illegal. That is illegal. It's illegal in most places to sleep in your car. We have bans on these things already, right? The problem is, one, how do you enforce it? Where do you enforce it? Do you enforce it humanely? Do you recognize that these are people we're dealing with? These are not numbers. These aren't like data points that go into a metric report at the end of a year. These are people. You know, he rattles off the numbers. 200 people died on our streets last year. Yeah. People with families, with moms, right? And with kids possibly, or the kids themselves. But it ignores the fact, the things like encampment ban, right? Like death panels. It riles people up over nothing, over something that's useless. Like, oh yeah, we'll enact an encampment ban in your neighborhood. There is an encampment ban in your neighborhood, right? It's just that we don't have the resources, nor do we feel it's necessary in some cases to sweep them all the time and to force people out of what they're calling home, even if it's not something that you would like to live in. It's their home. So I'm not interested in moving people out of their home without giving them a place to go, right? And if you need an encampment ban in your neighborhood to feel better about the people that are going to be living in, like, basically a hut, you know, they're either living in a tent or they're living in a hut, but they're still living in your neighborhood. So really, your problem is with those people. It's not with it really isn't with the vessel or the place that they're calling home. It's with the people themselves. And I think a lot of folks out there in San Jose need to admit that to themselves. They won't, but I think they should.
Right. I mean, it's the same reason that people don't want density coming to their suburban neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. Then poor people are going to come. Them black and brown people are going to come to their community and take all their parking.
It's also ridiculous too, because a lot of the people who like own the homes and stuff around here, like, wouldn't be able to pay the rent on the new apartments that are coming in and maintain their current quality of life.
Very true. My mom's in that category, right? She bought a house here, you know, God bless her soul, 40 years ago, 50 years ago almost now. No way she could afford the same house today. No way.
Yeah, so it's like,
it's weird. Teacher salary.
It's weird because if you put in like dense apartments in like these people's nice neighborhood, most of the people that are going to come in there, they're not going to be homeless people, right? It's going to be like young people who are working, and those young people are going to be like professionals. Like, oh, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Because if it's in their neighborhood where it's like really nice, the apartments are going to go for more.
For sure. And then you should end up with one kind of people living in your city, and who wants that, right? And how's that going to work? When no one else, when people who do everything else other than being a tech bro, need to live here and work here, where are they going to live? And then they're commuting, and then, your freeways are snarled again, and you can have all the high-speed rail you want, but that's going to be snarled too. It's going to be a mess. And you end up with pasty white cities and, black and brown suburbs.
Public safety and criminal justice with Maria, but I just want to remind everyone in the audience, we are taking your questions as well, so if you have them, jot them down. A producer will come around and collect them. Maria?
Thank you so much, Guy. Indeed, we're going to go to the public safety. Vamos ahora a hacer algunas preguntas sobre seguridad pública.
That's what we were already doing,
para
right?
ambos candidatos y después individualmente.
I mean, they've been lacing it in, right? Clean city, safe city.
Chávez, que nos conteste esta primera pregunta y voy a comenzar en español. En San José, el número de policías es más bajo que en otras ciudades con menos habitantes como San Francisco.
Sí.
Ambos candidatos, ustedes dos, coinciden en que hace falta contratar más policías para mantener a la ciudad segura. Pero, ¿qué medidas concretas van a aplicar para que la policía contrate agentes que reflejen la diversidad étnica de la ciudad? Y además, ¿qué puede hacer la ciudad para retener a sus oficiales cuando muchos de ellos están trabajando turnos muy largos y tienen que usar horas extras para compensar por la falta de personal? Vamos ahora a escucharla en inglés.
In English. I'll let her do it.
So, in English, San Jose, like other cities, faces a shortage in police officers. How will you ensure that San Jose PD hires new officers that reflect the diversity
the community.
of the city?
Yeah.
And how can San Jose Police better retain its officers, as many officers are already working very long hours and overtime? And let's start with you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the question. And I'll just start by saying that the city of San Jose should and could hire many more officers than it has today. When I served on the city council 16 years ago, San Jose was the safest big city in the country. At that time, we had 200 more officers than we do today here in the city. We have 100,000 more people. The question that's asked is a really good one, which is how do we recruit the best and the brightest and make sure they reflect the community that they're working in? And when I was deciding whether or not to run for mayor, there were a number of people that I went out to speak to, and one of them was the Peace Officers Association, because I wanted to make sure they were all in.
Cop union.
They were going to be helping us recruit and retain, and working with our
They're all in with her.
colleges and working deeply with the communities that that live, work, and play already here. You know, I think for one, we don't nearly connect enough with high schools and the colleges in our areas to let them know about all the great jobs there are in public service, whether that's being a police officer, a firefighter, a nurse, a doctor. We have so many needs, a planner. And so I would look forward to a much more robust relationship with the community in terms of being able to get them attracted to wanting to work in our great city.
Well, I want to start by making sure people understand why we have fewer officers today. When Supervisor Chavez was vice mayor, she and her colleagues voted for unfunded and in some cases retroactive.
Stop. Fuck this guy. Fuck this fucking revisionist history motherfucker right here. I guarantee you, I know he's about to tell you. We're going to say Supervisor Chavez, when she was on the council, voted for untenable union contracts that created these unfunded liabilities in the pension system. And because of that, the city was falling apart financially and had to make drastic cuts and lay off a bunch of officers and blah, blah, blah. And then we had to put a measure on the ballot that you all approved. Thank you so much for 70% of the people in San Jose voting to approve, where we forced pension reform upon our public employees, basically broke their contract by public will, and forced them to accept an entirely different situation that they hadn't signed on for, and they hadn't negotiated. And lo and behold, ended up in court over that pension reform for 5 years, until the point where the city had to settle with the unions and admit that they fucked up, and so basically rescinded everything the public vote did and wasted tens of millions of dollars of city legal fees. And then, he's not going to tell you all this, and then eventually put on the ballot a reform measure, or a sort of compromise measure that should have been negotiated in the first place. And lo and behold, once that was done, the mass exodus of public employees from the city who said, fuck you, why are you screwing with my pension, you asshole, started to stem. And now we've actually seen some folks come back to PD and to other departments, and we're rebuilding our ranks. But it took 12 years to really rebuild the trust with the public employees, and to rebuild the trust between them and the city and the people in the city, and to get all the legal wranglings out of the way. But what this guy's going to tell you is that it's all Supervisor Chavez's fault, because when she was on the council, she voted to actually give public employees a decent living after they retire. God forbid, because they've made the sacrifice to be in public service and not in the private sector and not be a tech bro. They'd made that sacrifice, and God forbid they should have a pension that they can live on after they retire, right? After their bodies are broken by public service. But this guy's going to tell you that it's all their fault and it's all her fault. And that's complete and utter fucking bullshit, because what his endorsing current mayor and that guy's predecessor did was fight for and push for that very pension reform that got us in this mess in the first place and caused a mass exodus from the police department. So don't let that revisionist history get in the way of the truth. Sorry.
Also, not for nothing, this was once the safest big city in America. It's still It's still on that short list.
Yeah, and also a dumb. I do not like that trope, which is exactly what it is. Let's just get over it. You're right. We're like number 4 or something like that, or number 6.
How the mighty have fallen. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Like fucking things change. And when the number of murders is that low, like one more murder could, like, from year over year, could drop you from 1st to 5th. Right. And I remember, and this has been the thing ever since we haven't been the best, right? There was one year where we were the best. We were the safest big city, right? You know what's really
it was
funny?
Just 1 year. It was like 1 year.
Last year, 2021, the Sunnyvale took it for, like, it's like, but it's just right there.
Right. It's
Fremont's
so
on the list too. It's like, well, Fremont's just right there. It's like, what are you talking about?
Right. Like win me a championship. Go out and win me a championship.
Like what an embarrassment of, like, what an embarrassing thing to be mad about, that, like, oh, we're not the safest big city in the country according to something, but actually the one that borders us, it took it from us. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like,
well, it's American exceptionalism, right, at its finest, right? Only on a local, like a hyper local level, right? We want to beat the best, right? And yet we have this inferiority complex, right, where constantly we're wanting to be San Francisco, right? But we want to be number 1 in things. We want to be like them, right? So it's like this superiority complex all at once. Manifest destiny.
Compensation commitments that led the city to ultimately accrue over $4 billion in debt that we're still struggling to pay off today. 15%
bullshit.
Of our
it was like imaginary debt. It's future debt. It's future obligations. Sorry, it's future obligations. Yes, if you look at like a pension system, you're paying it forward. All the employees that are there now are paying it forward into the system so that they can cash in later. And there are times when you go through an economic recession, especially, where if you look at it with current projections in the current year, yes, the city may not be able to pay its obligations long term, but that anticipates absolutely zero change in, how it's structured, what the economic situation is, what the conditions are, what the tax situation is over that entire course of time, like 30, 40 years. And so people like this dipshit and his predecessors use and his predecessor tech bros use that as a scare tactic to get people to hack into public employees and try to cut back and make cuts and use more computers. I don't know, to get things done. But anyway,
it's like you buy a house and your mortgage is like kind of high. You feel like it is because you're like just kind of getting going or whatever. There's some kind of American dream bullshit. Well, right. Then you're like, oh, well, that's that mortgage is a lot of your income or whatever, but that like doesn't factor in like any future advances and if you have a partner, you and your partner might have in your careers, any windfalls you might get, any market conditions that just might make your debt worth less in real dollar terms. Like it just all of it. Yeah, it's that stupid. It's very stupid.
Yeah, and it's simple, right? It's as simple as your mortgage. Like I can think about it in terms of that. I can look at my mortgage right now, and I can look how many years I think it's down to 28 years or 29 years now. But I can look out and see every single payment I need to make until the end of that 29 years if I kept making the same payment every month to pay it down. But that assumes that I'm going to make the same payment every month for the next 29 years. I really don't plan on doing that. Like there will be windfalls. There will be times when we make investments in paying that down, right? And paying down the principal. So over time, it's not going to take 29 years. It'll probably take less. But it doesn't prevent guys like this from using that as a scare tactic, again, with people who don't know much better and really don't have the time or the wherewithal to find out much better.
Didn't this guy like run startups that probably were running at a loss when he sold them off to like who, you know what I'm saying?
100%, like 100%.
Come on, dude.
This bullshit about like saving the world and creating these incredibly successful businesses and making payroll. It's like he had 25 employees, maybe 30, 100 employees. Okay,
he was like probably burning some rich asshole's money like the whole time.
nowhere near the thousands of employees he has to deal with at the city level. Like the PD alone is 1,100 sworn officers, right? Like he's never managed an organization of this scale before. And usually no one has when they become mayor. So the pompous arrogance that it takes to say that I can come in and solve things is exactly like we heard from fucking Trump. So let's face, and this guy shies away from the comparison, but it's true. Everything he said, whether he believes it or not, everything he says lines up completely with that mentality, and he's using that to try to win. So he shouldn't hide from it anymore. Just embrace it. You're using it because it's an effective tool. Because I hear back from people, oh, he's fresh face and he's got new ideas, and what do you think of this guy? And common sense. Fuck you. But
name his new idea.
Right, but people buy into it, right? They're like, well, I couldn't tell you this, that, other thing.
It's one of those things, and some of like the things that we do on the other nights here, there's like a little bit of a through line. He's like one of these guys that like would tell you how great it is that you're currently able to have the conversation that you're having, right? He's one of these, he would tell you that you and him are intellectuals because you're having the conversation. And we do but this is
I'm
like
very proud to live in a country where we can agree to disagree and have this conversation about what's really important for our city.
Yeah, we're like, but this is like the local politics version of like the fuck Joe Rogan show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like boy, isn't it great that we're here talking about this, man? Nobody else is talking about this. This is just like and you're like, well, you're not even talking about anything. What are you talking about that no one else is talking about? And the thing nobody ever asked this guy is, what is your new idea? Where is the new idea? What is the untested? What is the thing that you're bringing that is new? And you know what I mean? Because nobody ever asks that.
Yeah. It appears, I mean, from everything he's saying, what appears to be is his new idea is just all the old ideas, just, common sense, right? Like common sense will solve everything. Pragmatism will solve everything. A business-like attitude will solve everything. And also, side burn, he's been burning nonprofits lately in the nonprofit industrial complex, which is a thing in Santa Clara County. I'll admit it. But it's a complex where there's organizations that are actually doing good. You can't fault them for fighting for their little piece of the pie and fighting for more funding and fighting for their little fiefdom. But they're doing good things for the most part. The nonprofit community does. And again, people who are like public servants, not in it for the money, not in it for the riches and that they're doing it for the right reasons. He's demonizing them too, because Cindy Chavez is very friendly with that community. So he's demonizing them and saying that they're not worth it, and then we need to really look at all the contracts we have with the nonprofit sector, and whether or not they're very effective. And to be honest with you, I think that rather than running government like a business, government should be run like a nonprofit. I've run a nonprofit, and it's all about maximizing every dollar, like he says, respecting every dollar, respecting the taxpayers' dollars, respecting every dollar and making sure things are working. Because in a nonprofit, if your programs aren't working right and you're throwing a bunch of money down the hole, you're not going to be around very long. You're not going to be around much longer, right? It doesn't take very long for a nonprofit to fall apart when you're not doing things right or you're not following your mission and investing in your mission. So if this guy wants to run things like a business, it's like I ask him, what business, right? Because there's so many businesses that are corrupt and people are skimming off the top. In a nonprofit, if someone's skimming off the top, that nonprofit's not going to be around much longer, guaranteed. Let's run things more like that than like a business. Sorry.
And there are nonprofits that are basically some rich guy's ego grift, but that's different. Because
like those are like foundations. Yeah. Those are like foundations that just give out money. But as far as like the nitty gritty folks that are doing the work and getting government contracts, they're not the ones you need to be going after, bro. So back off them. And I would actually argue that if we could get there's some nonprofit CEOs in Santa Clara County and in San Jose who, if we could get them all elected and get a majority of them on the city council, you'd see some shit happen. You would see some shit happen because they don't give a fuck, right? They are ready to fight and to work and to get things done, and they don't want to take no for an answer. Nonprofit people don't take no for an answer. They find a way to say yes. They're not trying to find an excuse to say no. They're looking for a way to say yes, and that's what we need in government. We don't need any more of this guy.
You paying taxes today comes off the top to backfill the unfunded liabilities that we accrued in the 90s and early 2000s. We could have a police department today twice the size of the one we have had we not made fiscally irresponsible decisions 20 some years ago. I will prioritize police staffing as my number one priority. We can, in a fiscally responsible way, add a couple dozen officers a year if we want to fund other services. But I will also work to make sure that our officers feel supported. And right now, many of our policies do not achieve that, starting with the fact that your officers
going to give him a reach around.
Staff department are arresting the same people over and over again because the rest of the system is failing to intervene.
He's going to give him a hug.
Cycles of addiction and mental illness and criminal behavior.
He's going to go to every briefing room at the SJPD and give him a hug.
A couple things that I would just say.
Thank you for your service.
What really happened here was that in 2010 and 12, then Mayor Reed decided when the economy crashed that we were going to blame public employees for that. They put an initiative on the ballot that got all of the community angry at our police officers and our firefighters. They voted to make a change to the pensions, which later had to be voted on again because it had to be fixed because part of it was unlawful, and we lost 300 officers. Part of the reason
Justin
I'm
with the
so
raid, more goats.
interested in being mayor of San Jose is that is a problem that needs to be fixed. The reason our officers don't feel appreciated isn't because of what Matt just said. It's because they don't feel appreciated by the city. They don't feel like they have the support of the public, and that is something that absolutely needs to change. In addition to that, the city of San Jose has spent $50 million or $45 million over the last 5 years on overtime. On overtime. That means you have enough money to hire officers. And we want people to respond. We want them to be the best and the brightest. We want them to act in the most.
But they're cops. You're never going to get that. Come on,
man. An officer,
well, especially if you're trying to staff up quickly,
coming to my home, if I need them, I want a fresh, well-rested somebody who wants to be there. We can do this together, but we shouldn't.
If you need a cop at your house, it's not like they want to be there. I don't expect the cop to be like wanting to be there.
San Jose.
I love being here to solve this issue with a mentally ill person with a.
I don't blame the workers who signed up for a job and were told what their compensation would be. I blame the politicians who were too cozy with their.
He's like, why didn't you just sell the police to Pinterest, you idiots? Like,
and if you blame the politicians, then fine, sit down with the unions and renegotiate a deal that's better for everyone in the long term instead of forcing something down their throat, which is exactly what happened. And by the way, this guy was nowhere near the fucking situation when it happened. He's throwing rocks in not like a glass house. He just has no house to live in because he wasn't there, right? She was actually in the trenches at the time, and this guy was like, I think still at Bellarmine trying to learn how to be a tech bro.
Have you heard of Boston Dynamics? Have you thought of replacing the police with them?
Okay, maybe he was at Harvard bunking up with Mark Zuckerberg. That's actually, I'm pretty sure, true. I think he lived in the same dorm as Zuck. They were buddies. He had an opportunity to get in early on Facebook, but didn't, and then ended up with causes as like a consolation prize.
Can you sell the cops to Palantir?
Political supporters and made deals that were good for the politicians and those union leaders, but ultimately put the city on the path to bankruptcy. And we need responsible
leadership. The city of San Jose was not going to go bankrupt.
No, I mean, it actually can't. You actually have to balance the budget every year at the city and have, so it's in some way. So either, you lay people off or you make cuts, or you have a surplus and you're spending it or saving it. But you have to balance the budget every year. So the city's not going bankrupt anytime soon. But again, more scare tactics.
That's going to push back when your biggest political supporter asks for things that aren't in the common interest.
Okay, so this will be your last rebuttal.
Thank you. On this front, let me just remind you, it was the entire council. I would argue that they weren't all cozy with the police department, and one of them was Mayor Reed, your supporter. We were competing as we are today, to attract people to come to the city of San Jose. And the reason I think it's so important that we understand what happened is because the implications of what we do next rest on what we understand happened in the past. And honest to goodness, I think that blaming workers for the economic downturn, that is actually what happened that destroyed our police department. And we are going to get it back. We are going to get it back, and we're going to get them back to work.
So we're going to move on. I know that you both want to go further into this, but we have some time allowed for each one. So we're going to go now to a question that it's a pre-recorded question, and you're going to
oh God, they don't have like a computer there so that they could like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's the thing. And this is like on TV. That's why I figured it out. It's live on TV. That's why there's a delay. So we get on TV, we get the question, but in-house they don't. They have to repeat it. So they like go silent in-house while
the audience, and then I will rephrase to you, and let's hear that for our live stream audience.
Hi, my name is Marissa Martinez, and I grew up in East San Jose,
I know you.
and I currently live in District 3. My question is, how do you plan to implement alternatives to policing?
Neither of them do.
This is a question from Marisa Martinez. She grew up in East San Jose, and she currently lives in District 3. And her question is, how do you plan to implement alternatives to policing? En español sería cómo planean implementar alternativas a la aplicación de las tácticas policíacas. Vamos a comenzar con esta with Matt Mahan first.
I think it sounds better in Spanish.
Very much. First of all, let me say I think the most important investment.
Let me say, buenos noches.
Prevention of crime in the first place, which is about investing in our children, their education, after-school programming, job training.
Ooh, isn't that easy for him to say when the fucking city doesn't fund the schools?
Correct.
Correct. For at-risk youth. When it comes to police response specifically, not every 911 call requires an officer with a badge and a gun. Our city and county, I think very belatedly, given that other places like the state of Oregon have been doing this for years, have begun to do a joint response in which a mental health professional is the first to respond. I think that is a great.
What?
Uh-oh. Well,
if the use of officers were outliers in terms of their use of force or other statistics that are troubling, to make sure we intervene and get them training or reassign them to a desk job or help them find a different career.
Help them find a different career? Like, what are you talking about? If you fired somebody at one of your weird fucking tech pro jobs, you're like, oh shit, clean out your desk. I guess you could keep your stock options, get out. Like,
right.
What do you mean help them find another job? Fucking if a cop gets fired for being a fucking aggressive asshole or whatever, don't help him find another job or her find another job. Be like, you're fired.
You're gone. You can figure it out yourself.
If the data is indicating that they are not living up to our standards. And so I think there's a lot we can do to improve policing, but I just want to reinforce everywhere I go, the number one
MacBook Air deciding which cops keep their jobs. It's going to be crazy.
Faster response time, more community policing.
Ms. Chavez.
We have a great opportunity, and that is that now that 988 is a national number, and I'll just share all of that with you, that if you see somebody who's in mental distress or you are feeling suicidal, you can dial 988. And what the good news about that is that 988 will also offer an opportunity to have peer mentors, the trust program, available, and that just got kicked off. We're hiring people now to be able to do that non-police response for somebody who's got a mental illness. Like, I think that is probably what the person's question was intended to ask about. The second thing I'll add is that in addition to that, we do have two different types of police response now for people who have mental health issues, and one's called MCAT and one's called PERT. One can actually respond with mental health workers even when there's a weapon involved in the engagement, and the other is when there's no weapon. I say all of that because if in fact we could have more police officers and continue to hire more clinicians, we'd be able to send more of these kinds of responses out. And what's really critical is that we have a very old-fashioned system, right? You dial 911 and a fire truck comes and a cop comes and
he breaks in. He's like, have you heard of voice over IP? Do you know about the metaverse? You could call the cops in the metaverse.
Yeah, and we'll send a robot out to facilitate the situation. Please put the weapon down. You need help. I am here to assist you.
You ever seen Short Circuit? We're sending number 5.
Number 5.
To be much more refined so that we're using our resources more
Number
carefully.
5 alive?
I think 988 is going to give us that opportunity to learn how to do this better and better and better.
Oh, man.
Right. So we're going to move to another question now. This is an individual question for Cindy Chavez, and we're going to go first in Spanish. Entre los grupos que le han brindado su apoyo abiertamente, y continuamos con el tema, está la Asociación de Policías de San José. Sin embargo, muchos residentes de la ciudad, en particular latinos e indocumentados, no confían demasiado en la policía. ¿Cómo intentará mejorar la percepción que se tiene de esta corporación? So one of the groups that has supported you openly is the San Jose Police Association. However, there are many residents, in particular undocumented immigrants, who do not trust law enforcement. How will you try to improve the perception of law enforcement among these communities?
Yeah, thank you for the question. One of the most important parts of our system is making sure that everybody feels confident dialing 911 or 311 or 988. And one of the challenges we have, again, because we don't have enough officers, is that we don't have the really deep community policing that we used to have, where officers actually got to know people in the neighborhoods that they were in. And so I think that one of the best things we could do is
just turn everything into Mr. Rogers' neighborhood.
That community policing is a core component of what those officers do to get to know their neighborhoods. And I also think it would allow us to customize the police response by neighborhood. What are the things that neighborhood is most concerned with?
Yes, we're less afraid of Cindy Chavez. That is true.
Are they most concerned with porch pirates?
I'm less terrified of the future she gives us, because this guy's future is like Boston Dynamics robots smacking you for smoking a cigarette on the street.
Making sure that people knew they weren't being asked if they were documented or not. And I do think that most people in our community
do not smoke.
Between San Jose police officers,
you will not be alive.
Immigration and
number 5 alive.
I think that conversation and that continued leadership from people like
guy thinks his future is going to be RoboCop. But you ever seen that movie Brazil?
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, Brazil.
And it says, what has
Central Services
successes in your current position? What lesson had you learned from your experience that you would bring to the mayor's office? And I will ask this to both of you because it comes from our audience, and then I'll continue to the individual question with Mr. Mayhem. So you can start.
Oh, thank you. So I, as a member of the Board of Supervisors, I would say the effort that I co-led to address COVID-19 in our community, I think particularly given that countywide 40% of all of our community are foreign born, and we're the most vaccinated large city and most vaccinated large county, really was because of the work that we were able to do together. The other thing I would just say is that I played a leadership role in making sure that when St. Louis and O'Connor hospitals were going bankrupt and the DePaul Center, that we bought those hospitals, the county did. That saved 451 beds and 2 emergency rooms in our community. So that to me, that we did that before COVID, thank goodness. We didn't know COVID was coming, but it was a blessing that we did that. You know, we as a county test rape kits faster than any other county in the nation, and I led that effort, and to make sure we did not have a backlog anymore in our community for those kits. And I'll just add one other that I think is just really important, and that is that we have a child advocacy center here that allows us to interview a child that's been abused, interview them one time, have all the services around that child and their family, and that is a multi-jurisdictional approach to making sure that children are safe in our community that combines nonprofits as well, and that's a partnership that I also have with the District Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez, and we go with Mr. Mahan on that.
Thank you, and I'll just touch on a couple quickly as well. So first of all, I'm very proud of the transitional housing site that we were building at Branham and Monterey that came up earlier. We were using prefabricated modular units on government-owned land. It'll be the first site in the city that will stack them 3 high with shared on-site space for counseling and job training. And it's that kind of innovation. We're cutting the cost of bringing someone indoors.
Stacking a few containers.
By a factor of 4. We're going to have to do things faster, more cost-effectively, more pragmatically if we're going to turn the corner on street homelessness, which has grown worse despite the fact that we're paying more. I want to talk about the 311 app briefly, which delivers basic city services. When I began chairing our Smart Cities Committee, 2/3 of residents had a bad experience using that app. After a year and a half of using performance management techniques to isolate what wasn't working and improve service delivery,
God, shut up.
2/3 of residents say that they have a good experience using the 311 app. So I think it's that kind of focus, measurement, and innovation.
Like, have you ever made a really good
do more
spreadsheet?
with our limited public dollars.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to go with an individual
All right.
question for Mr. Mahan.
Producer Dave, I actually have to bolt pretty soon. I'm getting the page from a Supreme Leader.
Crímenes, apoya el uso de
That's
cámaras
all right.
lectoras de placas, pero
Go-
muchos
just-
temen
as much as I love
que
listening to
su privacidad.
this.
Además de que al almacenar
Ignore
datos
this.
y
I'm
números
gonna
de
run with it till the
placas,
end.
siempre existe la
Okay.
posibilidad de
Well,
que
I'm gonna pop
caiga
off then, if that's okay.
información caiga en
Yeah, of course.
manos de
Just turn off your
alguien más.
camera before you
Por
drop
ejemplo,
the
existe
connection.
el temor de que los datos
Will
de las
do.
personas
Thank you, everybody.
documentadas caigan en manos de autoridades de inmigración. ¿Cómo va a ser
Good to
usted
see you
para
all as
evitar que la
always.
información de los residentes de la ciudad sea utilizada para otros fines? And now in English. You propose the use of technology to solve crimes, and you support the use of plate readers.
Okay, the answer to the question here is, what technology do you support to stop the crime? Like, what technology are you talking about? He's like, well, have you heard of Palantir? I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
But many are worried about their privacy and are afraid that their private information might end up in someone else's hands. For example, undocumented residents are worried that ICE might access this database. How will you make sure that this information is used properly?
Thank you for the question. And just to clarify for the audience, I've supported and actually helped get into the budget funding for automatic license plate readers, which give our officers another tool. We have a very thinly staffed police department, and when we have street racing and speeding and smash and grab robberies, we can't have officers everywhere they need to be all the time. Technology helps us to do better enforcement. But to the point of the question, it is very important, and I'm proud of the work that our team is doing at the city, that we have very clear data privacy standards, data retention standards. We delete the data on a regular schedule unless it is being actively used to investigate a crime. We have an advisory council made up of privacy experts who give us input on the policies we should implement around the collection and use of that data. So it's a very serious issue. We are taking it seriously, but our officers need more tools. And frankly, your license plate number is not exactly private information, given that it is tacked on the front and back of your vehicle.
Thank you very much. So I am going to toss back to my colleague, Guy Marzorati, for questions on housing and development. If you have a question for the candidates on those topics, just remember that you have some cards and you can pass that to us. Guy.
Thank you, Maria. The state of California says San Jose needs to build roughly 24,000 units of low-income housing over the next decade.
That's amazing.
My question for you, Councilmember Mahan, is how do you actually get those affordable units built?
It's a great question. I'm going to go back to something I brought up a little bit earlier, which is that we have made it too expensive and too difficult to build housing, even where we want it, in places like downtown San Jose and near transit, where it will not make our traffic
no fully robotic crime units yet.
significantly worse. So,
Like, yo, this guy's terrifying, right? I heard him saying that your license plate actually isn't private information. Well, it's not your license plate that people don't like about fucking license plate scanners or whatever. It's that they use the license plate scanner to figure out where you are all the time, right? It's okay if people know the license plate number of your car. The government has to know the license plate number of your car. That's not why people don't like license plate scanners. It's like, what do you mean you're just going to know where the fuck I went today? Why do you need to know where the fuck I went every day? Like, that's why people don't like the license plate scanners. Like, I couldn't believe when I walked back in. I don't know the rest of what he was saying, but it was weird.
approach
And he had to have been talking about license plate scanners.
is to remove barriers to allow investment to flow into the city to build housing where we need it. Historically, 90+%, I believe about 95%.
Joe Bro's just metadata.
was built by private developers.
Funny as fuck.
Got loans from a bank to build housing for a growing population. We have added so many rules, such slow permitting times, just to get an environmental review to build housing where we want it in downtown can take a year and a half, which means the person doesn't invest in building housing there, they go build in the Central Valley, which is far from environmentally friendly. And when we build...
Wait, no. What if they also work in the Central Valley? What if this guy becomes the mayor and like all the cool people just leave?
Housing, we have inclusionary requirements that ensure that a portion of it is deed restricted to be affordable. But ultimately, we have a scale problem. We are off by orders of magnitude. We are seeing the amount of permits issued and units online dropping year.
This is like evil Beto O'Rourke. That's who this guy is. I'll be right back. I'm going to pour a cocktail.
Pass another $1 billion bond that, by the way, costs $2 billion to pay off and doesn't build that much housing when the cost of construction is over $800,000 a door. We need a fundamentally different approach that starts with making San Jose a place where people want to build housing and can make it pencil out so they can build the housing we need where we want it in places like downtown and near our transit corridors.
Supervisor Chavez, every city has to set these lofty goals around planning for affordable housing. How do you actually get it built?
Well, first of all, let me just say the state of California's rules are ones that we're going to have to fight city by city, in part because the expectation is too high in terms of what they're asking us to hit. But all that said, a lot of the challenges that we have here in San Jose are kind of self-inflicted. As an example, we made changes to our general plan 10 years ago that dropped the percentage of permits that were being even requested by 25%, which means that over the last 10 years we lost about 10,000 units of housing. And I think that the point about making sure that we're being creative is really an important one. So Valley Transportation Authority, at my request, has 200 acres that we're putting up RFQs and RFPs for so that you can build at workplaces or you can build housing there. And a third of all of the housing that gets built has to be affordable. So some of it very low income, so some low income, and some market rate. Very low income, and yeah, extremely low. I knew I missed one of them. So in any case, if we can support their efforts to get that housing built, I think that we're going to be able to get closer. One thing we need to do is we need to bring everybody around the table, including the developers, to figure out how we're going to hit those numbers.
We're now going to go to a...
But what if we replace the developer with like the... You've seen that thing on the internet where you put the words into your thing on your browser and it gives you a picture?
Question from the community on this topic of housing and home ownership. Again, bear with us while we have the pause to play this out for our audiences at home.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Chan. I live in Evergreen, Eastside San Jose. And one question I have for you is, what can you do for home ownership for the middle class?
The question is from Vanessa Tran. She lives in Evergreen, and her question is, what can you do to improve home ownership for the middle class? Supervisor Chavez, we'll start with you.
Well, first of all, I think we can do more with the public and private sector. We have in the Housing Trust a fund that allows us to make it easier for people to get loans. In fact, the county tried this as well as part of our Measure A our Measure A bond, and that was
affordable by who disposable fund?
Buy homes by putting down 3%. The fund would fund the other 17%, and then they would be able to afford the mortgage. The challenge is we don't have enough housing that's within an affordable range at all. So part of what we need to do is make sure that we're building more housing as quickly as we can.
No. What you need to do is expropriate all the housing that is especially all the single family homes that are being rented out by these big ass companies. HK was saying when he lived in Sunnyvale, he kind of knew his neighbors and he didn't know anyone who was a homeowner, and it was all like freestanding single family homes. So they were all like owned by a corporation.
In order to start to bring those prices down.
But RoboCop doesn't need money.
That we're using is partly from the housing bond, but the other part of it
RoboCop trades on something else.
It's a relatively large.
Also, I think RoboCop can just sleep outside. It's a robot.
At a very low interest rate, and then we're trying to do is make sure we can replenish the fund. So as people sell their homes, the fund will be refunded, and that way other people will be able to use that same fund. But ultimately, the most important thing we can do.
Why don't you just do that and buy their fucking whole house outright?
Rate, so it's easier for people to have
houses.
Councilmember Mahan.
So far and away, adding more supply has to be priority number one. And I know some folks will say, well, that new housing isn't affordable because it's so expensive to build.
So did you see that YouTube video about that giant 3D printer
It's true, it's not affordable to everyone, but for every tech worker, if you will, who ends up in one of those new units, that's one less person competing for and bidding up the price of the rest of the housing stock. So we fundamentally have a market supply and demand imbalance that is the single biggest problem by far. And we've talked about that a little bit. I think we can also
signs for this guy all the fuck over this neighborhood.
Opportunities for home ownership. And I'll just give you an example or two. We have
just stack all the tech workers up somewhere. Put them in the. Remember he was talking earlier about the fucking stackable houses.
How long
tech
our
workers
permit processes take, how high our fees are, whether or not they want to bet on San Jose. But they're looking at new models such as a rent-to-own approach where you
like give it a snazzy name or whatever, right? You give it a fucking snazzy name and it's just like stacked up containers. You just be like CONTAYNR and just fucking and like make people piss in a hole in their container with a Y.
A portion of it go to the principal so that over time you're building up that nest egg to make a down payment and ultimately purchase that condo. And so I think there are new approaches that we should be encouraging. Another is more affordable by design. Your planning department doesn't make it easy enough to change the configuration of a building to have more shared space. We should be incentivizing new approaches.
Oh no, like hey man, have you ever lived in a dorm? Wouldn't that be great for you and your family to just like live in a dorm? You ever lived in a co-op? Have you ever lived in a coder house, man?
Prefab to affordable by design strategies to rent to own models. I think there are a lot of new strategies we need to be encouraging to create new opportunities.
Councilmember Mahan, last year you voted to approve a new housing commercial development near the new Barry Essa BART station on the site of the city's historic flea market. I want to know what steps you're going to take as mayor to help the flea market vendors who will be displaced in the future by this project, and then how you're going to hold those landowners accountable for the development agreement that they made with the city.
Yeah, it's a great question. So we actually, as a council,
he's like, fuck the flea market. He's like, have you ever been to a farmer's market?
Into
they have like asparagus.
To support
God, I'm sorry. I know I'm being childish.
And the reality is that any change, any development is hard. It creates trade-offs, and we absolutely need to do everything we can to support. I thought that said something else up there on the screen. I was like, what? I was like, oh, that's not what that says. So what we're doing in that case is creating with the developer, the intention is to create a public market. It won't be as large as the one that was there, but to help as many of the current vendors actually still operate out of that site. We have the ability through.
No, you're gonna build like fucking like you're gonna build like medium upper like fucking condos for upper middle class and upper class San Jose residents who want to live right next to BART. You're trying to tell me that those people want the fucking flea market vendors downstairs? Get the fuck out of here. I mean, this all sounds like a great idea, but you just have, like, sometimes you just have to be like, I think a lot of those people's jobs at the flea market are just going to be lost as we build more housing. If we need to build more housing, we are unfortunately going to have to make trade-offs. You are done answering the question.
To find vacant storefronts in other parts of the city, try to help people transition into.
No. The people that sell at the flea market aren't going to be able to pay the fucking rent on like a shop. That's why they. Oh, come on, dude. Is this guy ever like? Is this guy? Is this a real person? Is Matt Mahan a real person?
Have another flea market in the city, and there's a question of can we identify another site somewhere for a flea market that is much like what is being displaced. But I also have to say it has been our fear of change that also prevents us from building the housing that we need. And so it's a tricky situation. We have to be able to continue to evolve and to grow.
Give every one of the vendors an apartment.
Have to make the investments, which we're doing in this case, to protect those
give them like 2 years in an apartment.
Be negatively impacted by that change.
Finding that new site, though, is that a priority for you as mayor?
Yes, absolutely. And I have spoken with some of the vendors, and I will absolutely do everything I can to help them find a new site.
He's like, have you ever thought of selling this stuff on Amazon?
It may not look like what was there. we often can't go back. We have to find better solutions going forward that may look different from the ones we've had.
Supervisor Chavez, voters in San Francisco, Santa Cruz, and Berkeley this November are going to vote on a proposal to tax owners of vacant residential units. Supporters of this idea say it'll get more rental properties out on the market. Opponents say no, it's actually just going to stop the new construction of homes. Should San Jose enact a vacancy tax?
I think it's funny. We just got this question at a forum the other day, and I want to do a little more research on it. I understand the intent behind it, but I'm also worried that, frankly, that there may be some unintended consequences that I haven't yet studied. I will say, and I just want to go back to this point, that I think it's really, really important to continue to build new housing. I think it would be, and as I.
But so like. The vacancy tax doesn't work like, oh shit, your tenant moved out, now you're paying a tax on the place. You got time. And if you have like a residential property and you're just like, I don't know, you don't want to clean it up to rent it out because you can like write off the interest or whatever, I don't know, however it shakes out that it's not really hitting you that hard. If you just don't rent it out and you don't want to go through the hassle of hiring a property manager or whatever, well, that's different than we're remodeling this place. We're cleaning it up. Our last tenant left. So there's an amount of time, and I think it's like 6 months or whatever is like the lowest I've ever heard to where the tax may kick in. So like, it's upsetting a little bit that I know more about this than she does.
Vacancy tax, what I worry about is whether or not people make it more Airbnb instead of actually a home.
Oh, I'd charge the vacancy tax on those motherfuckers. You ain't got somebody in here on a lease
for people to be able to move into. So I have a lot more homework to do on it. I'm interested in the idea because I think we have to look at every single alternative, whether that's looking at, manufactured housing or new innovative ways to build it. But I don't know that yet. I need to do some more homework on it.
Councilmember Mahan, do you have thoughts on the idea of a vacancy tax in San Jose?
I think there are a lot of potential unintended consequences, but I do think there are extreme cases.
Like all my dad's friends are landlords.
There's one in my district that actually involves retail space, not residential, where a storefront has remained empty for over a decade. It's becoming a blight in the community. And frankly, in those extreme cases, yes, I think we need to price in what you might call the negative externality of having a site that's just sitting empty because somebody.
But wait a minute, the negative externality of having all this housing that's sitting empty for whatever reason is the homeless problem that you claim to want so desperately to solve. It's just that you're not pricing that in because you don't see an empty storefront where somebody could be making money. Fucking eyes don't light up with dollar signs from this, but like there's a negative externality of all these. Of vacant housing that's owned by somebody. It's the homeless problem, or it's rent being sky high. Should absolutely be illegal to sit on a residential property for more than a few months, unless like there's some fucking problem with it. But that's easy enough to prove because it's usually going to be the county or the city inspector that's going to tell you that the problem is there and you can't rent it out. But otherwise, yeah, it should be totally illegal to not rent a fucking residential property out and just leave it there.
Is indifferent to the cost, and so better pricing that so we can invest in beautification.
If somebody wants two houses, one of them gets to be in Tahoe, right?
Use of the land, I think, is an appropriate tool, but I would only want to use it in pretty extreme cases. There are plenty of legitimate reasons why a property owner might want to leave an apartment vacant for leave it open for a couple of years, as maybe there's a change in their family or whatever other situation. No. And I want to be careful that we're not overly intervening.
Wait a minute. So did he just literally say that you might want to leave an apartment empty for a couple years in case there's a change in your family? What, in case Uncle Bob just wants a free apartment? I mean, I don't know what he meant there. I think he must have meant that, right? That like, oh, well, that somebody in your family might want it in the next 3 years, so you're just going to sit on it. If somebody in your family lives in the apartment you own, it's not vacant. And if you own the kind of number of apartments where you can just leave one sitting empty in case your uncle needs it, like, I don't know, this is stupid. What a dumbass.
In people's personal decisions with their private property.
I want to turn to a question from our audience. You both have said you want to increase the supply of housing in San Jose. This one audience member asked, when you say we need to cut regulations in order to incentivize home building, what specifically, if anything, would you reduce? Supervisor Chavez, I'll start with you.
Thank you. What I would do is that the city of San Jose used to allow for 4 general plan amendment changes a year, and now they only allow for 1. I would still go back to adding 4 because I think that's very important. Second is that I think we have some developers, frankly, that we've worked with and that the city has worked with, that they've built up the trust of a neighborhood and communities, that they should be able to move a little faster than those who may be newer to the community. So I think that's...
Oh, I rate lump. We no longer, you can't build single family in San Jose anymore. The residential zoning's gone. It's grandfathered in, like if somebody wants to build on this piece of property here, I'm in a single family home now, they build another single family home. They could also build a duplex if they want.
Probably the most important thing we can do is hire enough people to work in our planning, building, and code enforcement department. We're short 26% of the people who work there, and because of that, it slows everything down. And if you think about it, planning, building, and code enforcement is the nerve center of a city. It's how you make sure new businesses can come on board, new housing can come on board. If people want to upgrade their homes, that they can do that more quickly and more rapidly. So making sure
people needing to upgrade their, people wanting to do like cosmetic upgrades or add an addition to their home, back of the line.
That we have, so that we're able to get rid of the backlog as we restructure that department, because that's one of the areas where we need to really retain talent, and it's not structured in a way to do that today, but it would be a priority for me, because all the things we talk about, whether it's policing or community centers or library hours, all of that is dependent on the planning, building, and code enforcement department being able to operate in an optimal fashion.
Just a quick follow, and I'll put this to you, Councilmember Mahan. This idea of staffing up the planning department, there is a lot of vacancies, hiring is a problem there. Is it just paying more money? How are you going to actually change that?
Yeah, I think it's...
Have you ever talked to a chatbot?
It's 2 things. I think it's the way it's structured. So what happens is it's a fee-for-service model in the city of San Jose for many parts of it, but for this department in particular. And so what happens is when the economy dips and there's not as much money, we start laying people off from that department. What would make more sense to me is to invest some general fund dollars so you keep that department steady the whole time. Because if you think about it, as the economy dips, then we're starting to hire people as the economy goes up, and we're behind every single time. So one thing is to make sure that it probably is paying people better, but it's also looking at career ladders so people will want to stay with the city of San Jose, because we get these really talented, smart experts, and then we lose them to the private sector.
Councilmember, I'll give you a little more time for cracks at both of these questions. First, from the audience, specific regulations that you would cut, and then second, this question about the planning department. How do you solve these staffing issues?
Sure. So on the regulatory question, one example I would give you is that we have a requirement around ground floor commercial building, where if you're building a residential building, an apartment building, we have requirements around building out ground floor commercial, even if vacancy rates in that part of town are incredibly high. And the developer just writes it off and says, there's no economic value to this, the city's just forcing me to do it. What's the effect of that? It makes every apartment above it that much more expensive, because we are mandating that they build something that, from their view, has no economic value and very well may sit vacant. So we should be smarter about that. In key commercial corridors, we should preserve that requirement. On secondary side streets that are not critical commercial corridors, we should relax it or remove it. We should be much more flexible in how we implement rules like that. A second example would be environmental review. In strategic places like downtown and around some of our higher frequency transit hubs where we want to encourage development, we should pre-authorize and programmatically conduct as much of the review process as we can, so that it is as close to plug and play for the person bringing forward that project as possible. We still treat these applications as a one-off bespoke project when we're building most of the same things over and over again, and we should be absolutely pre-planning, programmatically clearing most of those hurdles so that it's not taking 18 months just to get through the CEQA process. On the second question of the planning department, after public safety Turning around that department, closing that vacancy rate, investing in technology, and streamlining these processes will be my top priority, because every dollar of investment in our city, and the housing we need, and the jobs that we want, the improvements you make to the home, the tenant improvements for a small business, every dollar of investment flows through that department. I just spoke to a restaurateur the other day who was on the fence about leasing a property in downtown, but was so scared that the process through which we would review his plans for improving the space to be able to move in his restaurant, he was so worried about how long it would take that he couldn't take the risk of signing that lease. So we lost what could have been an investment in a great restaurant downtown, specifically because of his fear that he could...
I hope it ended up in Campbell, whatever it is.
Stuck for...
Because he'd be like, oh, everything's small town, everything went great here. The city would have just stepped on this dude, whoever it is.
8-10 months waiting to get clearance to actually open his restaurant. We miss out on those kinds of opportunities all the time.
Thank you both. Maria?
Yes, thank you so very much.
Yeah, if there's too much commercial property, the rent should come down because of supply and demand, and then there should be like more kind of boutiques and shit, right? It would be like more kind of niche stuff, because people doing more niche kind of work and offering more niche kinds of products or services would be able to get those storefront.
We will continue to another subject, and this...
Why that fucking vacant property tax is such a good idea.
First question is going to be for both of you. I will ask Mr. Mahan to start, but we're going to play a video. This is a pre-recorded question from one of our groups here locally in the Bay Area in San Jose. It's the organization Siren, and let's hear it.
Good evening, San Jose mayoral candidates. My name is Marisela Gutierrez, and I'm the executive director of Siren, a local immigrant and refugee rights organization based in San Jose. My question to you is, knowing there's an active campaign to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections, if elected mayor, how would you vote on the matter? And what are your thoughts on the matter? Thank you very much.
So I will ask this question to you.
So like in my system, anybody who can access the blockchain, and if you have like one of those apes, you get to vote.
This is from Marisela Gutierrez, Executive Director of Siren, as I was saying, a local immigrant and refugee rights organization based here in San Jose. And her question is, knowing there is an active campaign to allow non-citizens to vote in local elections, if elected mayor, how would you vote on the matter, and what are your thoughts on the matter? And I will say this in Spanish. Esta pregunta es de la organización Siren de San Jose, que ayuda a los inmigrantes, a los refugiados aquí en esta ciudad. Y su pregunta es, a sabiendas de que hay una campaña para permitir el voto de los no ciudadanos aquí en San José para que voten en elecciones locales, si ustedes fueran elegidos alcalde, ¿qué es lo que harían? ¿Cuáles son sus pensamientos y cómo votarían en este asunto? Now we'll go to Mr. Mahan.
Thank you for the question. So I don't support expanding voting to non-citizens, because I think there is a better approach that the community supports, which is focusing on expanding pathways to citizenship. People who are
But
here
you don't have any control over it. That's a fucking good job. He's like, actually, the federal government should just, well, I'm just going to shirk this off on the federal government.
Raising their kids here, paying taxes here, who want to make that commitment to our country, should absolutely have a pathway through which they can become full legal citizens, and with it, earn the right to vote. As I've gone around the city, including to many of our immigrant communities, I've heard over and over again that citizenship is an aspiration. One of the proudest days of their life was becoming a citizen. And I think that most of our community, and myself included, views voting at this point in time in our country.
More like the Andrew Yang candidate. Oh shit, how the fuck is Forward not found and endorsed this guy yet? How the fuck is Andrew Yang's grift not all over this guy?
Responsibility of citizenship once someone makes that commitment. And so I think, and in fact as mayor, I will be a vocal advocate for expanding pathways to becoming citizens and encouraging folks to take advantage of those pathways.
Yeah, thank you for the question. For the last, I don't know, maybe 25 years, I have played a leadership role in continuing to fight for immigration reform. And I think that the desire for people to vote is because they're so tired of waiting for the change to happen that they've been working on, and including Maricela's organization, for generations to fix the immigration system. I don't support non-citizen voting. I do, and partly because I believe that we have to continue to fight to change the immigration and make sure that we're addressing immigration reform. And let me just make an observation about this. For many, many people in our community, that they don't even understand how broken the system is, that it depends on what country you're coming from, what reason you're coming, whether or not a law has been passed specifically for your country. We may have an opportunity for the first time in generations, depending on how this election goes in November, to actually change and address immigration reform. Congresswoman Lofgren has been leading the effort in the nation. We should support her efforts, and as a community, I would play a leadership role, and we'll continue to play a leadership role in fighting for immigration reform that creates pathways for citizenship that's fair and transparent.
So I will do a follow-up on this question, and I will go first in Spanish. Como no están de acuerdo en permitir el voto para los residentes que no son ciudadanos, entonces, ¿de qué manera incluirían sus voces y necesidades en las decisiones de la ciudad? Tomando en cuenta que los residentes
couldn't do any much worse, could we?
Y además contribuyen a la economía.
Compel voting of everybody who's in prison. Voting in prison would be optional unless you're in there for life on like some kind of violent crime shit, and then like only non-citizens can vote, and that means anybody. Like if you just happen to be on vacation and it's voting day, you get to vote. Like, I mean, could we do it worse?
De la ciudad fuertemente. So if you don't agree with allowing non-citizens to vote, how will you make sure they have a voice in the decision-making process of the city, taking into account that undocumented residents of San Jose pay taxes and contribute to the economy of the city? And I listened to what you're saying about fighting for immigration reform, but that's kind of like in the higher level, in federal.
Oh shit, I like her. She's like exactly like, she's like me. She should have just been asking them questions. She should have debated both of them.
Jose, but in other cities,
wait, she should run for mayor.
Around the country are trying to just focus locally on this type of possibility for non-citizens. So what would you say about that?
Grievance voting tourism. Wait, the fucking lady in the green should be running for mayor. I like her.
So I understand that, and I think that it still doesn't take away from the necessity to do it for a bunch of different reasons. Let me just say one thing about this. We have so many people in our community that are living in fear because they can't, because the process is so broken. It doesn't really exist for them. That's why it's so important to prioritize that. I understand your point about it being kind of far away, but it really
I have a bold proposal. What if there was a way in which, even though you can't become a citizen in the United States, you could become a citizen of San Jose? And then with that, you would be able to vote. And there's just some process by which you go through. And make it obviously much less odious and terrifying than the federal one. But you go through if you've been here for 10 years and whether or not you're working even, if you've been here for 10 years, can show that you lived here for 10 years. We let felons vote in California, so fucking doesn't matter whether or not you're a felon, I suppose. And then you just fucking meet a couple fucking simple requirements, and you can vote in the city of San Jose, because while we cannot grant you U.S. citizenship, we can certainly grant you citizenship in the city of San Jose, and boy, are we glad you're here. But nope, nobody wants to do that. Tucker Carlson would lose his fucking mind.
Not here. The second thing I would say is that I think that I would love to see people in our community, irrespective of their status, involved in boards, commissions, neighborhood associations. When I served on the city council, we had this incredible program called the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative that I helped start, that taught neighborhood leaders leadership skills, taught them how to get involved.
I should just go around and fucking, I should be fucking decide who's a citizen of San Jose.
So I think there are
should be able
lots
to
of roles
excommunicate your citizenship from the city.
And I don't want to stop that at all. As a matter of fact, I think that a lot of our leaders, and some of them that are in this room, they're leaders in their community now, and they're not documented. That doesn't stop them from making sure their voices are heard at City Hall or at the county.
Well, at the risk of being repetitive, I think that boards and commissions are a great starting place. I am a huge believer in the importance of neighborhood associations.
You can't vote, but we'll let you be on a board. Yeah, we need some kind of citizenship for this city. Fuck it. I think that's going to be our mission on Down Ballot in the coming years, is to like allow people to apply for citizenship as a San Josealian, and then they should be able to vote in local elections.
In fact, my office and the District 10 office has actually helped 5 new neighborhood associations be created. We've gone out door to door. We do neighbor days where we bring
Neighbor Day. It's like Labor Day, except I don't have to give you a paid day off.
Our neighbors. We know that neighborhoods where people are connected and on a first name basis with one another are safer and healthier and happier places. And so I think starting at that really grassroots level with support.
Neighborhood association actually would tend to be at odds with the homeowners association. There was some weird shit going on with the neighborhood association and the homeowners association when I lived in Berkeley, because we lived in a place that was like mixed single family homes and apartments, and the neighborhood association and the homeowners association, I don't know. I mean, maybe eventually they formed like militias and went to war. It was the things, it was like playing out in the city council and stuff. It was amazing.
Our neighborhood associations, our neighborhood watch groups.
Berkeley's a weird
and
place
making
too.
Sure that city boards and commissions are proactively, in language, in culturally competent ways, reaching out to all of our residents, so that those bodies at that most local level.
We should not tell this guy about the idea of letting people become citizens of the city of San Jose, because he would like turn it into feudalism where he was like the lord and they were his subjects. But if evil Beto O'Rourke wasn't going to probably be the governor, the idea I have about citizenship within the city is probably a great one. This guy would just set up like feudalism, though.
Reflecting the true diversity of our city is where I'll be focused.
All right, so we're going to move on to another question, and this is an individual question for Ms. Chávez. Usted encabezó la campaña para prohibir la venta de combustible con plomo en el aeropuerto Reed Hillview de San José. Sin embargo, los aviones que despegan y aterrizan ahí pueden todavía cargar combustible.
Oh, and for sure, disposable thumb. Like what I'm saying, the devil is in the details, and I don't even believe in the devil, right? There would have to be like a competent city government to administer this.
Lugares. En caso de
and that shit this guy would be like, I'd actually hire this fucking mayor guy to put it on the blockchain and encrypt it and shit so that the fucking feds can't come after all of my citizens. But then as a citizen of San Jose, maybe the San Jose being a sanctuary city, the fucking police might help you if the feds come. Like, I don't know. It's weird. It's interesting. What if states like California start offering state citizenship? It'd really fuck some shit up. It'd really piss some people off, wouldn't it? Hello, bro. We're watching the candidates forum for the San Jose mayor. We've got Cindy Chavez, who seems not so great. And then we've got Matt Mahan, who is like the mayor from RoboCop meets Beto O'Rourke.
De que los 52,000 residentes que viven cerca estén a salvo de los efectos nocivos de este combustible. So now in English, you led a campaign to prohibit the sale of fuel with lead in the Reed Hillview Airport. However, planes that take off and land there can get this type of fuel anywhere else. In case you are elected, how will you protect the 52,000 residents who live around that area and can be affected negatively?
You can't. The FAA regulates the fucking airport.
Thank you for the question. This is one of those instances.
We have to pick between these two, irate Lon, but you already, she's not terrifying.
We're pushing as hard as we can, and we really need the public's help. And so let me just explain what I mean by that. Reed Hillview Airport has had 52,000 people living right around it for so long, and it's really a mismatch of land uses. So that's
I bet for a while, I bet they built around it because it was fucking cool to live next to the airport, right? I'm not kidding. I bet that's why there's like a bunch of housing around it. I bet people thought it was fucking rad to live next to the airport because it was like, and the plane was flying overhead. I'm not even kidding. People are so stupid. I don't even know if it's stupidity. It was like, we didn't know. We didn't know that these airports were going to pollute the ground. Like the air, of course, you could see the smoke out of the back of the plane, but like, I don't think people knew the extent to which airports like pollute the land beneath them. And then that sort of spreads out around the airport.
The second issue that you're raising is a really important one, which is piston engine aircraft is still it's the single largest lead emission in the air in our country in terms of if you're going to get poisoning from it. What we did is we in January said we're not selling any more leaded fuel. The FAA in February sent us a letter telling us that we had to start selling leaded fuel again. So
that's what I just said a minute ago, that they don't, it's not your fucking decision. It's a goddamn airport. The FAA makes the decisions for the fucking airport.
We are in a process right now with the FAA trying to make sure that we can continue to primarily sell unleaded fuel at that airport. In addition to that, we're looking to the EPA to have them find endangerment findings so that really it's saying you can't sell this fuel anymore, which is what we're trying to get a national movement around. Because in addition to the 52,000 people who live around...
Porta potty prepper jet fuel is very much different than the fuel that goes in like propeller powered, and some propeller powered airplanes, even like the more modern ones, aren't built the same way. But like airplanes with like basically an internal combustion engine like you would have in your car would be the ones with leaded fuel. Jet aircraft use a completely different kind of fuel.
Around Reed Hillview, we think there are thousands and thousands of families living around the 20,000 airports in the country, and just a little bit of lead causes permanent brain damage for children. Permanent. So
there are people who believe actually that taking the lead out of gasoline caused the precipitous drop in violent crime in the United States. I don't think the evidence is there, but there are people who are have like highfalutin jobs in academia and research that do think the evidence is there. So getting the lead out of everything, it's not just a saying about being lazy, like, oh, get the lead out. No, we should probably have less of that in the environment.
What we would have to do is we have to keep on the FAA, we have to keep pushing the EPA, and we have
to get Madison Starmoon to call the FAA and the EPA for you. I think that would fix it all. Just yell at them and call them a shill.
Between the city and the county to make sure that Reed Hillview Airport doesn't take any more airport improvement grants, so by 2031 we can in fact close that airport.
Thank you so much. And now we're going to go to an individual question for you, Mr. Mahan. And I go
Do you know Peter Thiel?
First in Spanish. Su campaña confirmó con la publicación digital San José Spotlights a fines de septiembre que varios trabajadores de la campaña, de su campaña, fueron contratados de manera incorrecta como consultores y no como empleados. El error implicaba que estos trabajadores no recibieron todos los beneficios requeridos. ¿Qué más nos podría decir sobre este error y cómo es posible que se haya cometido? Quisiera escuchar de usted el proceso desde el principio y si usted contrató a estos empleados. And now in English. So your campaign confirmed with the San Jose Spotlight publication at the end of last month that several campaign workers of your campaign were not classified correctly and were hired as consultants instead of employees. Which means they were not...
That's because he's a Silicon Valley tech bro. Of course that's what he does.
Receiving the correct benefits. Can you explain to us how that happened and walk us through the process? And did you personally hire those employees?
Thank you for the question. So we are running an incredibly grassroots campaign.
Shut the fuck up. You're running a grassroots campaign. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, come on.
On the political establishment, our campaign is
taking on the political establishment. Dude, look in the mirror. I don't even have to hear you talk. You are the political establishment of San Jose.
Of high school and college students and volunteers, and I'm incredibly proud of the campaign that we have run. Our campaign manager was on a gap year from college. Most of our campaign...
Well, you should have hired that should... Wait, was that part of the scandal? Maybe you should have hired someone like, I don't know, the councilman. No, I would be very angry at the councilman if he worked for evil Beto O'Rourke. Very angry. Unless it was like, and you do what you got to do. Politics is politics. And dirty.
Campaign staff, many of whom are here in this room, were in and out of the campaign.
Right, but nobody's talking about the people who you didn't pay who were volunteering for your campaign for city council, dude.
On short-term stints. We treated them as such. We then, of our own accord, contracted a labor expert to review our practices and decided in an abundance of caution, to reclassify a couple of our campaign staff as full-time employees. There's a new state law, AB5, that makes it much harder now to be as flexible in how we hire people. In fact, sadly, we have some young people who we can't pay a stipend to because it's too risky according to the new law. And so we have people that we've had to say, I'm sorry, you can only participate as a volunteer. We can't even give you.
You have to tell people that as other political campaigns have to tell people that because they don't have any money. I guess you don't have that problem with your campaign for, whatever reason.
It's unfortunate, but state law, labor laws are changing and tightening. We're responding. These are new laws. We made the change immediately. But the bottom line is, I'm incredibly proud.
Tico just showed up here and you spotted this guy from a mile away. This guy's trying to make the world a better place through fucking city-funded government NFT Bored Ape algorithms.
Grassroots this campaign is that we have dozens and dozens of high school and college students running the campaign. We have not had one complaint from anyone working on the campaign.
He's like, listen, at least I don't sexually abuse my staff, all right?
And like I said,
I've never hit anyone.
That was brought to my attention. We addressed it with the input of experts.
If I just want to add, were you involved in any of the first hiring of these employees? And once you found out about it, so this action was taken immediately?
Yes, after consulting with a labor expert, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Who, by the way, noted that most other this is actually how most campaigns operate. I think we're all catching up with these new labor laws that make it much harder to flexibly employ.
Other campaigns don't have money a lot of times, and they have a lot of volunteers. Holy shit, man.
Clearly young people who may not be.
I joke about it. The councilman ran for office. He ran for city council. He didn't have no fucking money. His friends were helping him and shit, and everybody was volunteering. He didn't have fucking staff.
Working full-time, maybe students, maybe on a gap year. So, yeah, we moved immediately once getting the information.
All right, thank you so much. We have some general questions.
I wish the lady in the black dress could just respond and be like, I have 3 people that I pay that work for me. I pay them market rate, and the rest of my staff is volunteers, and I'm very grateful for them. But nope, she couldn't do that.
And also some questions from our audience. I'm going to go with some of our audience right now. So
we got 9 minutes
has
left
the
of
largest Vietnamese population outside of Vietnam, yet we do not have any council member on the board. How do we ensure they have a voice in our city? And this will go to both of you. And
he's like, the Vietnamese should try being venture capitalists.
Mr. Chavez, let's go with you first.
Thank you. So I think that's a really important question, and I know that at least in my work on the Board of Supervisors, I've really prioritized my partnership and my friendship with the Vietnamese American community. And as a matter of fact, we built the Vietnamese American Service Center, the first of its kind in the country, and it's focused on providing services of all kinds that are culturally appropriate.
Like she hella fake and her potato salad might have raisins in it, right? But she's not terrifying like the other
language
guy.
Appropriate, from pharmacy to after-school programming to ballroom dancing and senior nutrition. It's really an amazing program. We did a program to ensure that nail salons had the opportunity to be healthy nail salons.
All right, this is a little bit racist. Like, bring up the Vietnamese community. And she's like, I help nail salons.
Because we have so many
no, not this.
Working in them.
Cindy, stop. No.
We're having challenges with their health because of the chemicals that were used and not having good filtration in them. And so I could go on, but those are some of the priorities for me. As it relates to to getting people involved. I think we have to make sure that we have, that we're developing leadership. I have a chief of staff, the first Vietnamese American chief of staff in the county of Santa Clara, Betty Young, who is on my staff now. And I think we have to find these young people, continue to encourage them and encourage them to run for office. We have quite a lot of people running for office right now from the Vietnamese American community.
Thank you so much, and Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm the only candidate for mayor who's supported all of the Vietnamese candidates running for city council, because I think representation is critically important. I think it's wrong that our city is nearly 40% Asian American and does not have one Asian American representative. I think actions speak louder than words. I'm supporting the only Vietnamese candidate running for city council in this phase of the election, in the runoff.
Who is it? Uh-oh.
As mayor, I will actively reach out.
Yeah, no, there's a lot that he's not wrong. Like, it's fucked up, actually. It's super fucked up. But I think I know who he's supporting, and I think that person is a monster. I'm not sure.
And all other communities that are not represented on the council.
But also, to be fair, the cities surrounding San Jose, like Campbell, Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Milpitas, they do have like very strong representation from the Asian American community on their city councils. Oh, I don't want to say I don't know. I don't know for sure. All right. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if the person is in fact Asian American. I think it might be Johnny Camus, though.
Not just to invite them to apply for jobs in my office, but to encourage them to run for office so that the
councilman would know, but he had to leave because he's got like a wife and a baby.
And I want to work with a council that reflects the true diversity of our city.
Thank you so much. We have some more general questions, but I think we're going to go with Guy now.
Fantastic. So we have one more question to wrap up the night, and it's about civic engagement. We're going to ask both of you about this. Just over a half century ago, in his very first State of the City address, the late Norman...
So I have a question. This guy's the Apple AirPod in his ear. Is it hooked up to anything, or does he just have it there because he thinks you're supposed to?
Said, quote, "Our city will not move unless it's given a solid push. That solid push on the part of you, the residents, is your involvement." So my question to both of you is, how will you involve? How will you engage? How will you mobilize San Jose residents to give the city that solid push? And I'll start with you, Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. And first of all, it's lovely that you chose Norman Y. Mineta and his example. You know, many of you may not know this, but I think he was the first Asian American mayor of a major city in the country's history, and I have great fondness for him. He
may have been, yeah. Norman Mineta was a good mayor of San Jose too.
Quite a lot. And you know what he told me? His favorite job ever? He was Secretary of Transportation, Member of Congress, Secretary of Commerce, being mayor of San Jose. But I think that one of the best opportunities...
Being mayor of San Jose was easy back then. It was a
great
tech boom.
grassroots campaigns and engaging people.
What is that?
But I want to just emphasize the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative. I would like to reestablish that in every single city council district. I want every council district to have a month or a time where they're the primary focus of the mayor, to go out to that council district and make your mayor day that in every single one. I think it's really critical that we engage neighborhood leaders in decision making, including, we had a sunshine ordinance that when I was there that hasn't been used in a long time, that alerted people to really interesting and important things.
Oh my God! Like Cindy Chavez, I'm already going to vote for you. The other guy is terrifying.
The city to get out there and
he's like evil Beto O'Rourke. Like I hate the other guy.
Developments, and that we're really engaging people. So Strong Neighborhoods Initiative, citywide, making sure that everybody had an opportunity
Beto into that mic real quick.
To tell their city what they thought and be involved in making it healthy, clean, and safe.
Thank you.
Evil Beto.
Grassroots campaign. If you're mayor, how do you carry forward that energy, engagement, involvement? Should be your last word of the night.
Sure. Well, first, let me say Norman Mineta was a great leader.
We're watching the end of the debate
never had the
for the San Jose mayor.
But he's an
I thought you were going to say the end of the world. I would have believed you either way.
Proud to have the endorsement of 4 past mayors.
I don't know what anything is on here right now.
I think they've endorsed our campaign because of how grassroots it
you can
has
just
been.
press the fucking Windows key.
As I mentioned before,
Ooh, does Windows key do things in this version?
Yeah, you're going to love this.
From every
It's the most
imaginable
customizable.
background, every neighborhood in this city helping to run the campaign. Through them and our other supporters, which now number nearly 40,000 residents who have signed up for our campaign, we have organized over 300 meet and greets in every neighborhood across the city, in front yard.
We weren't even supposed to be here tonight.
Small businesses, city
Supposed
parks.
to be a lot of
We're
places.
taking this campaign out to the people of San Jose to talk about change, because so many of our current policies are
tilt your
not
camera down a
delivering
little
the outcomes that we need. And I will continue in office to reach out to the community, to be honest with the community about the policies that are not working, and to
unplug the
advocate
camera and plug it
for
back
a change in direction when we aren't getting the outcomes that our community so desperately
It doesn't
needs.
matter.
Here.
Thank you so very much to
okay.
all
I don't
of
need to
you.
see you.
Hemos
Don't worry.
llegado al final de este foro. Le agradezco a ambos candidatos por su tiempo y respuestas. Gracias a mi
We
compañero
got the media one here.
Ferrari de KQED y a Univisión 14, a los patrocinadores y a la audiencia por su participación. Si quieren saber más sobre los candidatos y sus propuestas para esta contienda y para todas las
That's
demás
exactly where you like
de
it.
la Bahía, los
Boom.
invito a que
You're going
sigan
to tell
la
me to zoom out,
cobertura de
actually.
Univisión 14 a través de nuestra
No,
aplicación.
it's fine.
Y también pueden revisar la guía electoral bilingüe.
You know what? That's enough of this, actually, because like we're not going to learn anything else. These are like closing statements, but I do have some things I want to say about this. I'm like terrified of like the basic white guy. I'm just terrified of him. We watched him. I listened to him. Like people were talking about like city safety and like privacy, and he brought up license plate scanners, and then he tried to say that like your license plate wasn't really personal information, which is I guess correct because it's like on the record with the government.
Right.
But when they install scanners now, they know everywhere you went.
Right. I mean, there's already scanners in police vehicles where when you just drive by a cop car, it automatically, there's like 3 or 4 different cameras on a cop car. It scans your plate and then it just pops up information.
Right.
They don't even have to do anything.
Right. And just your license plate number is a matter of public record. But once they start doing that to you, your privacy is being invaded.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I knew you'd want some other version of. Now you need to back out, don't you?
Hold on, wait a second. Give me a second.
I can back out a little bit.
You don't need to.
All right, cool.
Oh yeah, back out.
Back out. I mean, we can't even see Bob.
You gotta have Bob.
I have to back out a lot for that. Do you want to watch the Gavin Newsom debate?
Oh yeah. What's fucking Daddy Newsom up to? He's the only professional politician on Twitter who has ever sent me a private message just to tell me to have a nice day.
Watch now. Oh, this is from like 2 days ago, too. This is going to be a disaster because there's no way the other person has any chance at winning, right?
San Francisco mayor was elected governor in 2018. And his
oh, no, the lie. Oh, no.
Sounds like Wish.com, Casey Kasem.
Oh, no, they have a terrorist training camp, too. They have a live chat.
Newsom's challenger is State Senator Brian Daly, a Republican who has served 10 years in the state legislature, where he represents a part of northeastern California.
Wait, where is he from? Part of from like...
Has criticized Newsom's
like a fucking swath, right?
In the economy.
I mean, that could mean a lot of things.
Redding is like not northeastern California, though, right? Like northeastern California is more like Nevada County and stuff.
Share a stage for the first and only time before voting ends on November 8th. Coming to you from KQED headquarters in San Francisco, here are
Pico wants a link to the California governor, or whatever. I love you, Pico.
Hello and welcome to the 20.
You're the heart and soul of this channel. Oh, their audio is really good.
The California Newsroom Statewide Collaborative. Over the next hour, we're going to have.
I like her. She has a sticker over the logo on her MacBook.
Important issues facing the Golden
Ooh, the sticker decorations that I have put on my new tiny laptop. Thank you very much.
To interact
are decorative and lovely.
Senator Daly, thank you so much for being here.
And are of a witchy aesthetic.
Let's get started. Governor, you're running ads for Proposition 1.
Yep. They all have a TED Talk headset on.
Proposition 30, a tax hike to fund climate goals. You've got ads in Florida and Texas taking on Republican governors there. But with gas prices spiking, homelessness unabated, and people...
I'm not even kidding. There's a night that we had almost this many total views, and we weren't even the governor's debate.
Our debate.
You were here the night that we had it was like 21,000 views, like total over the course of the night.
In California, because
this only has 32,000 views. Oh, that's because everybody already knows that Gavin Newsom's going to beat this guy like 2-1.
I know. You can't.
With my opponent couldn't be more crystal clear.
This is the last time he can run too, right? This is it for him.
Reproductive freedom, does not support reproductive choice, regardless of rape, regardless of incest. He's
well, they just like by the way, the California Republican Party, cray, fucking cray. It was the last election cycle where there was the dude like doing the Star Wars thing, like fucking talking about the Jews. Do you remember him talking? I don't remember the guy's name, but he was like running for like, he was like one of the independent candidates for California governor or some shit. Do you remember? Maybe you don't even remember what I was talking about. They were like in Vegas. It was such a weird clip.
Listen, I've had to block out some things.
Some things.
So I have room for other things, really.
We've seen some shit.
We've seen some shit.
I see you looking around at that. I see you looking around at the computer there. You're very much going to like this new version of Ubuntu Studio once you get into it. And you're in it for 2 years.
To defeat Proposition 1, I work with legislative leaders.
You could tell my with like another operating system.
No, you gonna once you
that I enthusiastically.
You're going to be able to like customize the shit out of your personal one, and then you're going to probably leave your Jack one stock.
Yeah,
billions and billions of dollars in inflation.
Your personal one's going to be fucking bedazzled.
$5 billion to be exact.
They always are.
And $50 for hardworking California.
You work tomorrow?
To address the issue
and I have free
of
hot pot
inflation,
tomorrow.
address the issue of the cost of gas. And
would you like it dangerous?
And other pressing issues in the state
no,
of
because I just ate a 30-milligram gummy.
It's the climate change.
Fair enough.
We have no peers. California's leading the way. My opponents consistently opposed those efforts. In fact, you'll hear today.
Yeah. The clock is ticking.
Big oil's talking points. Double down on the efforts that put us in this very difficult place as it relates to the extreme weather and extreme drought that we are working through in the state of California. But I'm very proud of our record over the course of the last few years. I'm very proud of the work we've done to seed reforms into the future. I'm very proud of the efforts we're making as it relates to these ballot initiatives as well, particularly, again, on Proposition 1.
Well, Senator Daly, many of the positions you do support are out of line with the majority of Californians. The governor mentioned abortion. We could talk about gun control, LGBT rights. Why should the majority of Californians give you a chance if they do disagree with you on some of these fundamental issues?
Well, first off, I want to thank Scott and Marisa for putting this debate together. And I want to start out by thanking the governor for taking time out of his going forward on his dream of being president of the United States and actually coming to California and having a debate. So I really appreciate, Governor, you taking the time out of your busy schedule to focus on those issues that we just talked about here in California. Number one, first, the governor talks about climate change, and he talks about the issues that are happening in California. And look, there's nobody that cares more about the climate than myself. I'm a farmer. I'm in tune with the climate every day, and it is changing, no doubt about it. But the policies that he's put forth aren't actually doing anything to help the climate. He is driving up the cost of
those
gasoline,
blinking lights in front of me are jarring. Also, Dolly is so
electricity rates than they
fucking
do across the
boring.
nation. $2.50
so hard
a
to
gallon higher gasoline than they do in Nevada, just a few miles away from our state here. More than the state of Hawaii, which has no oil wells.
And yet his climate package and positions have been very popular with voters.
Well, I don't know if he's been out on the street or if you've been out on the street talking to people who can't afford to live in California. People are fleeing California because they can't afford to live here. He's driving up the cost of everything in California. And I get calls in my office every day from hardworking Californians. In fact, just yesterday, I was at the gas pump.
Like, we need air conditioning right now.
$2.37 worth
woke
of
up this
gas
morning
in
and
the car,
it was-
a third of a gallon of gas.
Yeah.
And
Turn
Governor
the heater on for the
probably
first
doesn't
time.
care
Jeremiah had
about
to
the folks
fucking
that
fix
are having to pay these high rates. So Californians are suffering. They're fleeing California. They're going to other states where he's campaigning nationally to expand his California or his
Californians are. I mean, some people leave the state. Like whatever state you're leaving, some people go, some people come.
I've left twice. I've come back though.
Yeah, it's just a place you just go. Or there's like so many people here.
Yeah.
To address the issue of climate change. You've opposed our climate package. You continue to double down on talking points of the big oil companies. You consistently vote against efforts to address the underlying issue we're trying to address.
Gavin isn't even like running for governor here. He's like running for his next thing, maybe senator.
The drives are getting
Take Diane's spot.
Yeah.
Somebody better take. She old.
Unprecedented extremes.
She done her time. She got to get out. She almost got killed when Harvey Milk got killed. So
drought and wildfire. Yet you consistently vote against common sense efforts to address those issues, including, by the way, you voted against $2.7 billion.
Shelf Day, there's always VODs and Discord, so please do not be a stranger.
You consistently.
My schedule has changed a lot in the last fucking 6 months alone. So I've been here and gone and here and gone and here and gone, and now I'm here. So hey,
on the talking points of big oil, and you know why? Big oil.
if I delete a VOD that you really want, just DM me on Discord. I can send you the
You've
file.
received from big oil is not only because you double down on their talking points, but you consistently oppose efforts, including the latest effort to go after their price gouging. They're ripping us off. They're ripping you off. They're ripping every one of us off. And we're going after these companies, and we're getting
like, look at the chat. It's a disaster already.
Senator Daly would like to respond.
Garbage.
Well, first off, you know, the governor talks about ripping people off.
Then the homeless,
I've not received one cent from my
winery.
campaign from anybody in the pro-life movement or from oil in this campaign. Not 1 cent. The governor wants to talk about climate change, and it's global warming is the issue. We're exporting jobs and our environment out of California to places like China.
No, there's no fucking water, you idiot. No, pause it for a second. Okay, so dude, okay. Like I drive back and forth from the Bay Area to Northern California a lot.
And we don't mean like how people think the Bay Area is Northern California. We mean 2.5, an hour and 53 minutes probably in that charger.
Yeah. So like there's a shit ton of farmland in between once you get out of the megalopolis portion of the Bay Area and state of Jefferson, California. So usually, especially during the early summer portion of the year, like it becomes a Rorschach fucking blot test of bug splatter artwork all over your car every time you go up and down because of all the moisture from the rice fields that are all up and down I-5. It's also the Great Northern Flyway, which is a huge migratory passage for lots of game birds and all kinds of shit like that. So
maybe you should run for governor.
This year, I used to work for a hunting club out of Hayward. But this year, I didn't. I noticed like right away that when you stop at the gas station and you go to fill up, that the wiper buckets don't like stink like nasty.
The like as Madison Starmoon would say, the bees are dying.
Yeah, they're all dying. So and then I noticed that there's no fucking rice fields off of I-5 this year.
Right, because that's where all the bugs were coming from.
And that's where all of the water goes to. And there was no water distribution to any of those fucking... It's hundreds and hundreds of acres.
Right, it's a big big deal that I would never know about.
Yeah.
But it might be a reason some of my produce might be, or some of my... because they're not just growing rice out there. If there's no water for the rice, anything else they were growing up there, they're not growing either.
Yeah, there was no like big, huge sunflower patches this year either, and they do those off of 505. Like there was it was noticeable to me, and it's noticeable to me because
you're not studying the rice growing patterns of Northern California.
But just being a resident of California who travels up and down the state a lot and who's worked in like a lot of various fields, especially like the hunting club, because we used to do trips up there to fucking Yolo County to go see what a duck blind looks like, and
now YOLO is more about duck lips.
And more Sherry Papini gets dropped off.
You're like trying to impart knowledge on the chat, and I'm being immature.
So none of that rice field was so none of that rice field was planted. So that means that there's not going to be like a flooding or a burning of the rice fields this year. So that's going to affect migratory patterns of game birds like duck and geese. Like all of these things, it just cascades into an issue. So it's going to move that migratory path somewhere else. And it's all of these things like tie in with each other. And that is, fish and game mitigation of things. But also we have no fucking water.
And yeah, sometimes things change, but things seem to be changing in a particular direction, and it's troubling. And the climate scientists have been telling us this since like the 80s or like the late 70s even. Right. But now you're seeing it on your commute, and you're not like I said, you're not like a rice field expert.
No.
You just happen to notice this as a person who drives up. So like it's gotten so bad that a person who just drives up and down this road happened. You know what I'm saying? The people that were working out in that industry have probably known it for 15 years. What was going on.
And this is like, we're talking about like 100-mile stretch of I-5,
So like the blink of an eye as you watch your dead relatives pass as you're driving.
I don't drive that fast.
No, I just meant like I-5 is like, that corridor they say you go down when you die.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
Like
It's the tunnel. It's the tunnel. It's like Zen driving. I don't even notice it anymore. I smoke like 2 joints and I'm gone off it. I just like know where the Dutch Brothers is and the Arco to go to.
And you probably know where the one important speed trap is, wherever that is.
Yeah.
I used to know two. I used to do 2 parts of I-5 when you go to LA that you better be doing like 73.
That's the only place that I've ever been busted speeding where I got clocked by the airplane.
Probably wasn't even in this car.
No, I got clocked by the fucking, where it says speed checked by radar? Yeah, radar got me on that one. I was going.
Probably wasn't even in this car though, right?
No. It was in that was in my Contour, my Ford Contour.
That thing didn't go that fast.
Car no, I was going 93.
Oh, well, I mean, like, sir, but that is the vehicle's top speed, sir.
It was 1:00 in the morning. I was the only thing on the freeway, and I got clocked by the plane, and then I got pulled over by Highway Patrol, and it was Christmas Eve. And I had left Oakland from work at 10:00. And so I was trying to get to my grandma's house. And I was not like a Hallmark fucking gay, like not gay. I don't mean gay, but like a, one of those stupid Hallmark story movie things where you got to get to grandma's house on Christmas Eve. It was just like, I actually had to get there. So I told the cop, I'm like, I'm trying to get to my grandma's house on Christmas Eve and it's 1:00 in the morning. And they're like, I'm going to give you a ticket for going 85 because everything else was like felonious speeding.
Oh, if the VOD disappears from Twitch and you don't see it and you want it, just DM me. I don't care who you are. I'll send you the whole damn thing, including my DJ set.
We're not going to paywall.
We're not. Dude, the video, we're paywalling the audio. If somebody wants to go for a jog and listen to the MP3, that's $5. If you want the video, you got to hit me up within like literally 18 hours. Because there's a non-zero chance that I'm like, oh, I'm deleting this. I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Power plant every 3 weeks. Gavin Newsom talks about the
their chat hella sucks.
I presented a bill a couple years ago to count
most of the time.
Do you know that in California we don't even count emissions from forest fires, but every day he's regulating combustible engines. And
wait a minute, did he just like? Oh, the forest fires are actually fucking the environment up. We're not even counting that. Let's regulate the combustion engines. Motherfucker, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Arrest the forest fire?
It's also like...
It's all the same cycle.
It's federal land. Most of it is federal land. And as a state, you're not allowed.
Well, and also, like, you can't arrest the forest fire. You can't fine a forest fire,
No,
right?
you can't.
It is like, they call it an act of God or whatever.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that an omnipotent fucking, well, actually the earth is sort of a being that could be like, oh, I'm going to split in 4 pieces and boom, no more humans. So I suppose like.
Speaking of splitting into pieces, hey, about them earthquakes today, there was 2.
I liked them because nobody was going to get hurt and they were fun.
Yeah.
5 out of 7. Oh, they were 5-ish.
The first one was a 5-1 and the second one was a 3-9.
7 would have been terrifying.
It ramped up there for a second, like literally a second.
I thought it was gonna go.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go. Did you think it was gonna go? I was like
excited. I was like, I can climb out of the rubble.
I know, but Jeremiah and I looked at each other and we're like, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? And then it was like, and we're like, okay. And Big Orange he had a large concern.
In California, Californians pay more energy. I have nothing to do with big oil. They haven't supported my campaign. The governor is focused on his message to America.
The governor should not be focusing on who's supporting this. The governor should be running for president right now. That's what this is what he should be doing right now this entire time.
Is running for president?
Right here, he should be running for president. I don't think he would be a good president. I'm just saying if I was his campaign advisor, I'd be like, you need to be using this to run for president.
He reminds me of Fitz from Scandal.
Californians are fleeing California for one reason, because they can't.
No, Californians are not fleeing California.
Everyday hardworking.
Yeah, because people are moving in and out just like any other state. Like,
yeah.
and people are leaving, like people were leaving San Francisco during the pandemic, but like whatever. I wish more of them would have left. We'd be doing this from San Francisco. If enough people left San Francisco, that's where we'd be sitting right now. I'd be like, hey, you have no idea how cheap. You have no idea. Everybody left everybody left San Francisco and they just rolled out fiber. Do you have $600 a month? Great, we can have another place.
He's repeatedly referred to you being out of state. And I want to ask very clearly, you were asking voters for 4 more years. Do you commit to serving all 4?
Yes. They're open.
And I've barely been out of state. I was out of state for a few hours to take on his party. And
well, no. You could be like, yeah, I went to Florida for 3 days to go mess with Ron DeSantis. What now?
Leader of his party, Donald Trump, who he was a passionate supporter of, and what they're doing to democracy, and how they're attacking women's right to choose, how they're banning books.
Running for president. Get him, Gavin.
Speech.
I'll have to vote for you one day, and it could be worse.
American history, California history. Their demonization, their demeaning of the gay and lesbian, bisexual, and transgender community. I've had enough. So I'll proudly and happily stand up. What you don't do is stand up to big oil and these big interests. The reality is,
I think he's just like voting it in with the big oil.
I love all this energy stuff.
He was like, I'm going to accuse this guy of big oil, and his campaign people are like, well, we can't prove that to be true. And he's like, yeah, but like whatever. We're just going to go back to big oil if we have to talk about him.
They pay higher electricity bills in Texas, in Florida, in Indiana than they do in the state of California.
He's not wrong.
Go through the roof in those states.
He's not wrong. PG&E, for all their faults, they don't charge you hella money.
They don't.
I say
fucking City of Redding is like
Diablo Canyon extension, but on old.
Really, their electricity is like way higher than ours.
My electricity bills during the summer, and we had a swamp cooler, were like $300 a month.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, and then if you,
we had 180 once, and it was like probably right before the pandemic. No, it was like I think it was right before Harrison was about to leave, and I was like, why is our electricity bill $180? He's like, I've been running a portable air conditioner in my room, and I was like, oh, I've been running a portable air conditioner in my room, and he's like, isn't there also a portable air conditioner in the studio? I was like, yeah. He's like, wouldn't it be great if we had central AC? And that was, 180. We were just like, whatever.
Yeah.
$300, and no, it was a swamp cooler.
And it was a swamp cooler.
So no, like radiator running all day.
No. And
like a fan over a water.
Yeah. And Mr. City of Redding, if you were 45 days late on your bill, he would shut your shit off, and then you had to pay 3 times the total amount of your bill to get it turned back on as a deposit, and then basically to pay off whatever your bill was, and they kept the rest of it and put it towards the next whatever.
Imagine like a Coloma
so
trying
you
to
have
talk to
pay,
Mr. City Red.
So if your bill was $300.
Oh shit, Igloo with the fucking goats.
It's
been like a steady stream of goats tonight. The content hasn't even been that good, at least until the media wench got here. We were watching evil Beto O'Rourke talk about his RoboCop future.
Evil Beto. So yeah, if your bill was $300 and you had to pay $900 just to get your electricity turned back on, and then
like municipal utilities are really good unless you live in Shasta County, and then then you better hope PG&E and like the worst Comcast cable service, and also Mr. AT&T's billing.
Mr. AT&T, Mr. American Telecoms and Communications seems to be having some financial insecurities lately. It's just borrowing money from random customers for no reason, just because they have their credit card on file.
That's what I think they're doing. Anyway, this is Gavin Newsom running for president. He's clearly not debating this other guy.
Including gas.
Also, he needs to get off the pot here. I think he's like trying to half dye his hair so that it looks natural. I think he needs to shit or get off the pot. He could go Silver Fox. He'd have to cut his hair some more.
Oh, he's
actually creating the problems we're trying to solve.
I know he looks a little bit like a bird.
Different direction. We now have 6 times
long time crush on
jobs,
Gavin, dude. Oh my
jobs,
God, I don't know why.
we do fossil fuel jobs. This is the next.
You liked him because he did the fucking gay marriage on the steps of City Hall. Like
yeah, that was hot.
Yeah, that was. It was. He was even having sex with Kimberly Guilfoyle at the time, and you still didn't hate him.
He turned it out so bad, it just fucking turned her batshit. She only thing she could do was marry a Trump after that.
Maybe
I don't even know which one. I don't care.
Maybe if everyone just got to sleep with Gavin Newsom, like all 350 million people in this country, maybe we would all be able to come together.
I feel like he'd be down for it, and he could pull it off.
He'd be like, if you vote for me for president, I will come to your house and fuck you.
Get your fuck on 2024.
Great opportunity and economic.
Debating Joe Biden just like I am here for America. And Gavin, what is your opening statement? Joe, have we had sex yet?
Californians and Americans.
I see what you do to that ice cream.
We're not interested in outsourcing those jobs. We want to dominate in this clean energy.
Just want to be clear, that was a yes on 4 more.
You didn't even use a spoon at all.
All right, Senator Daly,
I'll have to set aside to 3 times the session for you, man.
Against Donald Trump.
Yeah, he did win.
I'm not going to take any malarkey from you.
Does he know that? That's what I wonder sometimes. But I want to talk about.
You know who's not coming to anyone's house and fucking them is this guy.
Joe Biden.
What do you mean by that?
Well, yes, I agree that he won the election, but I wonder sometimes if he actually realizes that he's president of the United States.
Of course he recognizes, and that's you're insulting the president of the United States. Of course he understands he's president of the United States.
Go on.
Yeah, that's like, I'm telling you, all that's going on with Joe Biden is I believe the speech impediment thing.
Yes.
And he's just an older man. And
yes.
That's it. That's all that's going on.
Yeah. But
that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. He's doing an okay job, you know, and that's about as good as we're going to do from like a leftist.
And I don't have to fucking like worry about whether or not we're at like some weird fucking shit has happened.
I still wake up thinking damage report, and I grab Twitter, but it's just like somebody from the night before calling me stupid.
Right.
That's fine. It's like,
or somebody having a meltdown over a cartoon.
Oh, those are my favorite. Actually, yeah, things are actually back to normal now that you mention it.
Talk a little bit about doubling down on stupid. Doubling down on stupid is telling people that they're going to be forced into an electric car, and then 2 days later, saying
nobody is forcing anybody into an electric car.
Like
literally, nobody is forcing anybody into a. Listen, okay.
So before there were cars, people just walked places or took a horse and buggy. You know what I'm saying? There are just many modes of transportation. Go ahead. Sorry.
Nobody is forcing anybody. Okay, so first of all, let me tell you, this is a live resin. It's high as fuck yellow. It's brand new. I just got it. We just went to Monterey basically and came back tonight. Happy.
Wish people could see what I'm seeing right now. I'm just kidding.
It's all incense. Peppermints. Okay, so anyways.
So this is a better Tuesday night. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a better Tuesday night than most Tuesday nights.
I forgot what I was talking about.
I wish Chip was here.
See, we should just never tell him that it's an off night, and that way he shows up and we can force him to play with the computer with nobody here.
Charge your car. The policies that this governor's put forth don't work in California. Californians are suffering from the cost of living in California. Crime is running rampant. I know the governor.
No, crime is not running rampant. This is incorrect. Nobody's getting murdered in San Jose.
No.
The murders are down in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland. They've been on a downward trend since the fucking 90s.
Mm-hmm.
These are people who can't zoom out on a fucking graph. Like, and then the graph goes like up a little bit, and they're like, oh, it's a fucking epidemic of crime.
About all this national stuff. He wants to
Kiki
talk
wants
about,
Attila.
president
Oh, yeah.
that's not even in office.
He mentioned crime, actually. You know which one I got? Here we go. Crime is like a
8mm pop pop.
About our party.
Oh yeah, electric vehicles. That's what I was talking
about. What I see and hear every day on the street.
They're not forcing you in an electric car. They're just not selling any more non-electric cars.
No. And no. Here's the thing, though. It's not only are they're not forcing you into an electric car. Car companies are using it as a gimmick, and they're fucking. Remember the other day when I was talking about like how they're gonna come out with an electric Charger or whatever, and or Challenger.
Oh, they should be. Those cars are like, if you want to make that shit fast, it's faster than the gas engine anyway.
No, it is absolutely. That's
so
not,
like, why wouldn't you make your fast car electric now?
But I found that article, and then 4 or 5 days later, they released another article. Though they're like, no, actually, that's not what they're doing. They're just not going to release any more V8s after 2024 because that's part of the Emissions Reduction Act of California.
No, they should just go all in and make it electric and make it terrifying.
Well, they're going to do that as well, but it's not like they are immediately ceasing this here, and then this is what it is replaced with, and you have no choice. And the jackbooted thugs are going to come and collect your fucking keys and your old fucking Charger.
Things happen more slowly than that. That's how regulation always comes in. It comes in piece by piece by piece by piece.
Yes. And you don't have to turn in your gas-powered vehicle, and you are reissued an electric vehicle. That's not how any of this works.
Although, I mean, like, if you get a free brand new car out of it, you'd be like why wouldn't you?
If they were going to give me a brand new Charger or a Challenger that was more powerful than this, and it sounded like it, even though I know it was digital, because that's the thing that people are like me about, because they're going to make it sound like a Hellcat.
But the great thing about that is, what if you're driving through the neighborhood and your car isn't hell of loud anymore, but it sounds hell of loud to you in the cabin? Like, you are just the reality that you think you're perceiving, exactly. Right? Like, where you are is just what you like. Right. I might not even really be in a room with you.
Right. This is an illusion.
You should not have given me that. Anyway, hold on. Let's go back to this debate. Again. I don't know which one of these people will be the next governor of California.
Yes, you do. I know that you could predict that, like you could predict Diana Ploss getting tear gassed at the Capitol.
I think I would have a better chance of running against Gavin Newsom than this guy. I'd be like, why did you fuck my girlfriend? And then he'd start explaining it. And I'd be like, no, dude, I'm gay. I haven't really had a girlfriend that I cared about. Like, why were you so eager to answer that question? He'd be like, well, I have a plan for America.
That's called I'm going to fuck everybody.
But the everyday, hardworking, middle-class Californian governor is suffering from the policies you put forward. At the same time, we have no water. We have.
Well, like, what is the governor just got this water spigot? You idiot. We don't have any water. Well, that's a fucking problem that has nothing to do with you as a politician.
No.
Like, oh, the water didn't fall from the sky. It's like, well, boy, am I mad at the fucking school board. Like, what? Like, it's just, I think like a core thing about like this kind of movement conservatism that we've been, it's like kind of emerging, and it kind of almost emerged out of Shasta. Mm-hmm. It's like people having no idea what the government does at any particular given level. Now, this is crazy. He thinks it's the governor's fault the rain didn't fall from the sky.
But no amount of explaining to them in a zillion different ways that all will come back to the same outcome, because no matter what you believe, the truth is the same every single time.
I mean, like, people may disagree on things, but like, generally is more rain falling from the sky. Yeah. The truth is there's like hard truths you run against if you go too far. Right. But this guy thinks it's like the governor's fault that a bunch of rain didn't fall on California. He's like, oh, there's no water. And the governor's like, well, I guess I'm sorry I didn't give you the water.
Gavin's gatekeeping rain.
No electricity. We have no.
Oh, and he's gatekeeping electricity too.
There's no electricity.
I think that you did one of those things that Jeremiah does the other day. I heard you say it's like, you know what? Brownouts are a sign that the electrical grid is actually doing its job.
Right. Yeah. Like, it sucks for you when your fucking stream turns off 5 times during like a thing you were trying to do. But like, I mean, you fucking.
But it's 112 degrees, and Granny's trying not to die of a heat stroke over here.
Right. Granny across the way, her air conditioner kind of keeps working enough for her not to die. Well, then I'm okay with like my stream falling down. Hold on.
Harp technology.
Harp technology.
You've had more money in the time you've been in office than there's ever been in California, and people are fleeing California. That's the fact.
No.
I mean, people are fleeing all kinds of things, sir. Like, in a way, we are all fleeing something.
Like, as a whole, and I mean on a planetary scale, we are all fleeing the center of the universe, attached to this planet, but spinning in a motion away from the center of the universe. We're fleeing.
Yeah, but people aren't fleeing California.
No.
Some people leave, some people come in. It's like a state.
I think he wants to invoke this image of like people, like the zombie apocalypse of people throwing mismatched luggage on top of their Vista Cruiser and skirting out of the fucking
like
cul-de-sac.
But that's a leave cute. The thing you just described. Like, if somebody's gonna leave California, they might as well throw like a luggage on top of a Vista Cruiser and just leave cute.
You leave cute.
That wasn't a leave angry.
Don't want to recognize that, and you want to talk about all these national issues because you can't talk about the facts that Californians are suffering because of high inflation and the policies that you've put.
California is suffering from high inflation, and that's why we've provided $18.5 billion in tax rebates, which you opposed.
Also, inflation is a global issue. People are just too stupid to look outside of their news bubble.
I just feel like the inflation is probably one of those things where everybody could be like, nah.
I like that we have our community is so wide that we get, and I'm talking about like on my personal Facebook, we have friends in our community that we've had for like going on 5 and 6 years, and so we see their posts in other countries about like, man, this mince is higher than it used to be, and our liter of gasoline is more expensive. And like, all this, it's like it's everywhere. It's not just here. It's everywhere.
Echoplex Media, boo.
Boo.
$5 billion.
Yeah, like all these things are happening, everybody all at the same place. It's not the governor's. It's really, like really nobody's fault, unless you're a conspiracy theorist. You know what? You know who the fuck's fault it is.
Why did you oppose that appropriation?
I supported that. You need to go look at the record. I actually supported that.
Let me ask a slightly different question. You have called, and your
the
fellow
chat.
Republicans,
We
for
call this the night Twitch is the right Twitch.
get rid of the 54 or so cent.
Wait, who is that guy?
But there's no guarantee that
The moderator.
so how do you propose the state bring down the gas price in a
How did they make his hair look like that?
meaningful way for consumers?
Dapper Dan.
Well, there's 1,200 oil
Dapper
wells
Dan.
at the desk of
Dapper
the
Dan
governor
man.
waiting to get permitted in California, and he prefers not to get those permits out.
But you've called for a gas tax holiday.
Yeah, well, the gas tax holiday is the fastest way.
Well, the
to actually help
government's
drive down
answer
inflation.
to
Trucking
fucking
business.
with
In the last
inflation
8
is
months,
for
because of
the
governor's
Fed to
policies, it's
raise
cost $200 a day
interest
to
rate.
put diesel in that truck.
But that's just
$1,000 a week.
stupid too.
$4,000 a month.
Well, no, because that whole shit's made up. Like,
It's
we all
all-
agree to it, like, and it has real consequences, but the shit's made. What happened to you? You're looking all confused. Did your computer go sad?
My Chrome left.
Oh, use Chromium instead. I don't know how you'll find the link. I think
I'm not going to. I'm just going to
use Chrome again.
Yeah.
You're like, it was up for a couple hours. It's fine. Oh, use Chromium for that shit. It never crashes. This time, hold on.
Drives up the cost of a gallon of milk, a dozen eggs for every hardworking Californian. So if you lower that gas tax,
But also, if you know
across
where
the
to
board, it
shop,
lowers your food, not only the gas you put in your tank.
Yeah.
So those
You
are,
have
Well,
a
no,
room.
but also it's like
We had
it's
the
like
budget
important to
to
understand that
backfill.
like the world is just this fucked up. I have this song that I play late at night. It's like this world is changing really fast, man. But it's like a really good song and it's got a lot of bass. And like that's just all that's happening. The world is just changing and you either adapt or you're fucked. I don't know what else to tell you, and I know I'm all talking to my chat who always agrees with us, or like on big important things like the world is going to change and you're going to have to change with it, And if the change isn't like, oh, we've actually decided we're going to kill all the women folk, and then you'd be like, oh, no, we actually have to kill you now. Like,
well, if you don't change with it, then you're just gonna have a bad time.
and you can choose things, maybe a couple things like, I don't like the way that young people look at me.
Yeah, say whippersnapper.
They look at me, they're like, ew.
I don't like the cut of your jib. Say, yeah.
But like, yeah, you absolutely have to change with the times unless it's like something terrifying. And if it's something terrifying, you probably saw it here and you don't have to worry about it that much because we're alarmists.
To take care of the highways in California. We should have done that. It would have gave Californians and families.
Oh, yo, the freeways in California are hella fucking dope, right? You ever been to another state and driven on the freeways?
Absolutely.
The freeways in California are like, shoo.
Dude, it's one of the nerdier things about me, but I admire and am amazed by highway and freeway and bridge technology.
I'm just telling you, California's roads are like, shoop. You get on the freeway.
Mm-hmm.
Very
oh,
little,
I'm
like,
on the freeway.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
In some places.
Yeah. Oh, no. Have you ever been on, like, the road in New Jersey? Like, on the freeway in New Jersey? It's a disaster.
In a limo. Not while I was driving. But like, yeah, I have the new express lanes and shit like that. Yeah, it's just... And this whole new like Livermore Altamont Pass thing that they've been working on.
I don't go out there. I heard
for years and years and years.
I heard they're gentrifying it. There used to be cows.
There still is cows.
I went to a cow party in Livermore. I feel like you might have been there.
No.
No.
My cousin Steve used to live out there, but now he lives up in Cottonwood next to my aunt. My grandparents' old house.
I don't think. If I lived in Shasta County, where would I have to? Would it have to be downtown Reading?
If you're not going to drive, yeah.
Terrifying. It would be so weird being out there on my bicycle and not being able to like just. It was so weird. I would feel so trapped.
You would have to go through extreme measures for your bike not to get jacked.
Oh,
extreme measures.
I would.
You might just. That's why Nathan just has a scooter.
Wait. Why would somebody steal my bike?
Because tweakers.
It's like 7 years old.
No,
they just don't care. They just want to. They're just collecting them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
$1,700 rebate a year ago.
But how do you guarantee that if the tax goes away, that it's actually going to go to consumers and not just to the oil companies?
Well, you make sure that it's dropped at the pump.
You can't.
How do you ensure that? I mean,
KQED people aren't running for president. They're there to debate this guy.
companies, they don't have any obligation.
The biggest tax in California on gas and oil, the biggest profiter of it is the government. They make that's
actually good. Like, right? The government puts that money back into the roads. They also use it to, like, I don't know, oppress people with the wrong imaginary friend or who look weird or fuck the wrong person.
54 cents is the highway tax. Right. All government taxes is $1.42 a gallon.
So you guys wanted to take all of those?
No, I'm just saying, at the end of the day, if you drop down the gas tax, you're dropping down across
and the KQED people are spicy. They don't like him.
And when you put gas in their car, and we'll force the companies to make sure that the money.
Like, you don't even want to know how much extra I pay to drive around on Bay Area freeways.
Make sure that they do it through tax.
But it's like clean, and like you could live here without a car.
May I just, I mean, because this is a talking point from the right, and we've seen other states that have moved with gas tax reductions, and we haven't seen the commensurate reduction because there is
no. But I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying
in the pocket of big oil
that
companies. Everything he just said is,
and I'm fine with it because they're wonderful.
Talking points that big oil provides to him and his colleagues.
This guy's going to be the president. He's like a giant slime ball.
It's $2. It's
giant slime ball.
But he's a California slime ball.
He's our slime ball.
He's our slime ball.
Than the national.
He's a homegrown slime ball.
These companies are ripping.
He's going to do something. He's just going to like. He's just going to like fuck some other dude's wife.
He's fucking fit, dude. I'm telling you, like,
full stop.
Scandals will only be sex scandals and it will all be consensual. And I feel like the Democratic Party needs to embrace this.
If you have seen, if you're in chat and you have seen the TV show Scandal, press 1.
Increase Chevron Corporation alone.
Smash that fucking 1 button.
Campaigns of others like you.
Artisan slime.
Very clear. This whole idea.
Craft, small bat slime.
They all have that TED Talk microphone. I just don't trust any of them.
His is the best one though because it doesn't have big old balls.
Not just by the examples of others.
Could have gotten fancy and gotten the Hamilton ones where it just like goes up in their hair up here, but it can pick up like everything.
These rebate checks we're providing and what I just did, and this is important.
Somebody saw that. Nobody watches Scandal.
65% reduction.
Tell me that isn't fucking fit sitting right there.
Because it
is. It's real life fit.
Through the Air Resources Board, and we have seen gas prices go down in the state of California without a gas tax repeal that could not guarantee.
You're calling for a special session of the legislature to enact a...
I would suggest to you that if you repeal the gas tax, the gas company, oil companies, whatever, just keep it at the same rate. And now you're not paying the tax, you're just giving the money to them.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Well, like, oh, you got it. The tax was removed. Great. The price is the same.
Windfall profits tax. That would be after the election, December 5th, when the new legislature comes in. We've seen no legislation. There's no details. There was a similar effort in the Assembly that died earlier this year. So how do we know that it's not a gimmick on your part to be calling for a special session?
We're working with legislative leaders, and we're working to make sure that we get it right. We're looking and reviewing what's happened in other countries that are pursuing similar policies, different and novel strategies here in the United States. There have been leaders across this country that have promoted similar efforts, and we're looking at the unique characteristics and a deeper dive of understanding of what's driving these gas prices here in California. There's no justification, none.
No, the gas price is just different sometimes.
Outrageous, usurious costs in the state of California. It is not $1.40.
It's super expensive than you try to sell your car, but I guess that sucks too.
There is an increase in our environmental rules and regulations, which he wants to roll them all back. There is an increase in terms of those costs, but nowhere near the $2.60 above average national costs that we were paying a few weeks ago. Today, it's $1.97. The reality is they're ripping you off, taking advantage. And we are working with legislative leaders to get this right. It's never been done at the state level. We want to do it right, and it's the first day.
You just pay more for gas because you live in a city.
We mean business, and we will be publishing and introducing that legislation very shortly.
They screw you over, and their operating costs is under. Both are true.
You support the effort.
I want to know, we asked our audience and partner stations what they wanted to ask you both, and we received over 200 questions. So a lot of the topics we're talking about today, gas prices, homelessness, water.
We took all the ones out that were asking about Jewish people, and we have 7 questions.
Did help shape what we're asking you. We also got a question from KVPR in the Central Valley for you, Governor. As the state moves to phase out fossil fuels, what are you doing to make sure that places like Kern County, which rely heavily on oil for their economy, aren't being left behind? What do you say to workers there who...
Do you remember when there used to just be ghost towns? I don't even know if it was true or not, but there were just ghost towns where people used to live here and now they don't.
I know of a couple of I do know of a couple of ghost towns.
That's what I'm saying. So well, what's going to happen to the people of Kern County when all the industry dries up? And the base move for Gavin Newsom would be you ever heard of a ghost town?
Yeah.
People in Kern County, if you think the oil industry is drying up, you could turn Kern County into a ghost town. But he won't do it. He is a coward.
We're just worried about their ability to continue making a living.
We don't believe in a just transition rhetorically. We put $600 million in this year's budget. My opponent opposed that $600 million allocation to create a framework to provide support and economic opportunities in that region. We modeled it after something called Fresno Drive, which we launched a few years ago.
Oh, yikes. There was meth all over Fresno Drive.
Around the Kern County area in Bakersfield, a novel strategy.
It wasn't the good stuff, though. It was that fucking pink shit.
Public-public partnerships. We added this $600 million appropriation so that we can drive a different conversation about what the world looks like in a post-oil future.
Can you talk about where that money goes?
This is important that we just put out. It goes to model programs like the Fresno Drive. The reason I bring up the Fresno Drive, it's a model example of partnerships between the universities, between the private sector, and local and regional, as well as state agencies to drive a new economic and workforce vision for the region. It was such a success.
Why does he insist on doing that with his hair?
And we want to see those resources invested. That said,
because it's
proud to see the
curly and he has to blow dry it out, or it's
in renewable energy because of our renewable energy policies, because the policy has been accelerated.
Put on a fucking cowboy hat.
Unprecedented investments in the state. Let me be specific. There are 200 headquartered green energy companies specifically targeting zero and electric vehicles.
Gas is $5.47 at the corner gas station, and that is the cheapest one.
Dominate this industry. Just last week,
except for the one that's out on Camden, but I haven't been that way in a while.
And efforts to undermine the transition, we saw 18%, 17.7% of Californians purchasing electric vehicles. We know this works. These strategies and policies work to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We also know they work to accelerate our economic growth and development in the state of California.
Also, I oppose
I'd like to respond to
the Proposition 30.
Really slick.
Oh God, no, that's fucked up. Like the Republican there can't ask him. I think it's Prop 30. He opposes it. It is state funding to people buying EVs under a certain income bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Lyft is supporting it. He is not supporting it. It cray. I think he's bought, but I mean, whatever. He's a Democrat. Things could be worse, and he's probably going to be the president.
And what he's done in the
last 4 years,
he's not going to be the president, throw money at every single issue. More
Nick
than there's
Fuentes.
ever been.
No.
Higher gas prices, inflation, homelessness on our streets.
Literally gave me a searing, stabbing pain in my brain.
So I just want the listeners to understand.
Actually, if it was this guy or Nick Fuentes, I'd be like, this guy 2024.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can't turn the water on in California. Electricity prices are 20% higher this year than they were last year in California, and people are fleeing California because the
the more you say it, it doesn't make it true. You could say it every 5 minutes, and it still doesn't make it true. It just makes you look like a literal somebody's got that. Like, you remember that Jeff puppet from fucking with the skeleton robot puppet. They only had so many phrases. Jeff Peterson.
He was like, my balls.
Yeah. Except for his is, people are fleeing California.
Like, you could make this the case for any state, though, because you just be like, how many people moved out of the state? And you just don't be like, how many people moved into the state?
Yeah.
Everybody fleeing everywhere. I fled Campbell.
And he wants to demonize.
I fled Reading.
The party that I represent, and he wants to talk about those issues. But at the end of the day,
he's fled back to Reading.
California, and Californians know it. Everyday Californians understand what's happening here in California, and the government.
But I thought all the everyday Californians were leaving.
Leave California just like he left San Francisco with homeless people all over the street when he said.
He left San Francisco because he became the governor. When you can't, when you can't live in San Francisco and be the governor of California, you have to live in Sacramento, right? Like
Mr. San Francisco.
Mr. San Francisco says you have to move out to the city limits, otherwise you can't be the governor of California. You have to go and move in with Mr. Sacramento with the big White House. Obviously, because that's where you live. If you live Mr. Sacramento, you live in the big White House in the middle of the capital.
About labor. We have some of the strongest protections for workers in the nation, the 5th largest economy in the world. You've consistently voted against expanding labor.
Yeah, you got to convert gallons into liters.
Which labor protections would you move to get rid of?
Well, I actually just want people to have a good relationship with their workforce. I actually employ people. I don't need a union representing my employees. We have a great relationship.
I don't need a union representing my employees is an amazing thing to say on fucking TV.
Mr. Sacramento works for me directly.
You own a business and you're like, oh, I don't need the union representing my employees. It's like, well, no shit. That's what you don't want. Like, he like thinks he has a feudalism.
He's committing one feudalism.
And the governor's really good at.
The point of the union, if you own the business, is you kind of wish they weren't there. Yeah,
a lot
but you don't have much choice.
Contributions from
it's called
these
a
unions that
it's
support
called a
him, like
power
the
struggle.
Association where we saw
You've heard of one.
everything to keep our kids out of school and lock our parents out while they were making sure funding his campaign. So he follows those unions. For labor, I want there to be a free market between
children and employers,
the owners of the companies and their employees. It's good in California. We have more labor laws than anywhere. And
is he a libertarian?
Labor people are actually people that work for other businesses.
You're just supposed to employ them? You're supposed to labor camp them?
Their dollar goes further than in other states. California has 400,000 regulations, more than any other state in the nation. The closest state is New York with 300,000. There's 1,000 bills a year that get to the governor's desk. California is overregulated, overtaxed, and overpriced, and they can't afford to live here.
Yeah, can we just? I mean, I got to keep unpacking. I mean, there's a series of talking points. You hear a redundancy in terms of the talking points coming from my opponent. Let me unpack just on the issue of the economy. California has no peers. The state of California grew at 7.8% GDP last year, outperformed the United States, which was at 5.7%. We created 569,000 jobs.
California made more money than the rest of the whole ass country.
Once again, the lowest reported unemployment.
He's worried about, and this other idiot is worried about $600,000 to some fucking fund that just helps people.
Innovation that is alive and well in the state of California. Our approach, our strategy is about growth and inclusion. You talk about the issue of worker protections. You talk about giving voice to labor. We believe in more voice, more choice, and we believe we have to do a better job addressing the issue of our time outside of the existential issue of climate change, and that is the wealth and income gaps in this state. And I'll tell you what, I couldn't be more proud.
Dude just stepped like this dude was like, "Oh, I got you," but he just like stepped onto the part where Gavin's got the fucking talking points down, motherfucker.
That we received
like pretending to be the progressive governor of California. This is
from
where
a bipartisan national education group for our unprecedented education reforms. You continue to push down what we're trying to do on education, not surprisingly, because you opposed universal preschool. We have fully funded it. You opposed the $3.5 million.
But it's easy because
to retain and
the California Republican Party is not only incompetent, they're fucking crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. They're like red, white, and blueprint. They were like, oh, maybe.
Development of our teachers. You opposed after school for all. You opposed summer school for all. You opposed 9-hour days and reimagining the school day.
No 9-hour school day. No, that's bad for the kids. Gavin, come on. Especially in high school, I think the days should start later and end sooner because those people are trying to become adults and they should like be busy trying to get laid and find some weed and shit. Like, don't take up that much of their time.
I don't know. I think if you're gonna get free education and it it helps fit a schedule and it's flexible, and then 9 hours.
Oh, you could take more classes if you want.
Yeah, the maximum. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And yeah,
oppose consistently all of these efforts, all of these reforms to give parents choice and to give kids a much more robust and comprehensive education. We have seeded transformative reforms, and I couldn't be more proud of those efforts despite your consistent opposition and those.
So Gavin's sitting there because it's the super majority in both houses. So if the Democrats want to do something in California, they could just do it.
Mm-hmm.
You could have Austin Bennett drawn and quartered if they wanted to. I would be against that, actually.
I would also be against that, but they could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Of your colleagues,
give Senator Daly a quick response, and I want to move on.
Well, I want to address two issues. 300 companies' headquarters left California under his watch in the last 3 years. These aren't.
But how many came in? Oh, in 3 years? Ooh, how many new fucking? Like, what do you mean companies? Like fucking 5,000 companies, probably failed yesterday in the United States. Like, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, what does he say? What do you mean companies? We wake up tomorrow morning, we fill out some paperwork, and we'll be a company by like the next day. Like, being like, what does he mean companies? Things you've heard of? Did we lose in Montgomery wards
again? Mervyn.
Oh shit.
Kmart.
Mervyn's left California.
These are worldwide companies, Tesla, Oracle, HP, have left California under his
I don't know. Let's still see a fully functional Tesla fucking factory in Fremont.
Those things are still here.
You know, the governor talks about all these programs he put forth, and
California be getting our piece. Don't worry about it.
Than there's ever been, Governor. That's a fact.
Roland says we should incorporate, actually.
Don't worry about us, sir.
Because of Prop 98. But 50,000 students didn't show up for school the first day in LA Unified School District this year. Why is that? Because the policies you put forward are...
I would just be like, when was the last time you've ever been to LA?
Pushing kids and parents away from the public school system because it's not teaching our children the things they need.
Amazing. This is like the Facebook comments thread debating the governor of California. This is pretty good. I wish... Actually, no, this is exactly the right time for me to be watching. Ooh, it's only 11.
Need like
I'm not even supposed to be
curriculum and what ABCs. We're getting all kinds of other social stuff that's being shoved onto our children.
We're getting social stuff shoved on our children. That's a Facebook comment, right?
Are leaving our system, and that's a fact. He talks. He throws money at everything, but everyday Californians and parents understand that
Gavin Newsom would come here and throw money at everything.
It's about the policies and what grade scores we're getting. They're plummeting in California.
I mean, we'd all have to like.
The education system is 70%. Kids cannot read at grade level. 70% of the kids can't read at grade level, and that's due to
some of us would be more apprehensive about it.
I take offense at our policies and strategies. I mean, what you identified are problems. We're identifying solutions every single day. High-dose tutoring, reading specialists. In high-poverty schools, providing more staff, changing staff ratios, community schools, the investments we're
making. This guy's like polished, and I hate him too, but I hate him less than the other guy.
To allow people the opportunity to have that early start.
Like Joe Biden without whatever people are calling dementia.
And we know these policies work.
But yet,
so
why are the test scores so low?
Governor,
we just made these investments in the last few years.
Wait, why are you interrupting him? You let the other.
I can't talk about my record in the last 4 years as governor of California. And there's never been investments targeted at addressing these vexing.
No, sometimes when we predict the future, move on. Usually it's me. Sometimes it's the media wench, but tonight it was you, Move On Jenkins. You, in fact, predicted the future. Congratulations. We all do it occasionally around here.
Confidence they're going to work. And one thing I know, I have confidence you'll continue to oppose all of these common sense reforms.
Governor, it's true. There's been a huge investment in public education, and yet there are still huge challenges. Teacher shortages, teacher burnout, families leaving public schools.
Families leaving public schools, like how does the governor who's he supposed to show up? Go, hey, I heard you were leaving the public school. Like some of the times when they bring things up, and I think it's from watching the Shasta County Board of Supervisors meetings.
God.
No, but that I'm like, one of the things when they're asking a politician about something, and I'm like, it immediately occurs to me, if they get the job they're looking for, they're going to be able to do nothing about that. That's somewhere else. And I think that was really like ingrained in my consciousness from having watched people tell the Shasta County Board of Supervisors to do everything from stopping the chemtrails to overturning the federal election. Like,
I know.
Government is segmented.
Schools. Obviously, there's a lot of things that go into a family decision like that. But what do you say to parents who wonder if you have faith in our public schools given that personal decision?
I'm passionate about public education. I'm a product.
No, if you're the governor and you're not sending your kids to a public school, you're a piece of shit. That's it. You have to do it. I don't care what you think it's going to cost your kids. If you're the governor, you send your kids to public school.
Okay.
In the district where you live. You just do it. I think that's what I think.
To public education. My kids are going to school right behind our house, a Waldorf school, which is about creativity and critical thinking and the kinds of things that we're advancing.
Yeah. Don't ever. No, after they hit you on not putting your kid in private school, don't brag about what private school your kid's going to. Like, watch. I'm not even kidding. This is Gavin, if you had a competent opponent and you were in a swing state, this would have been a disaster.
Oppose all of these common sense reforms.
Governor, it's true. There's been a huge investment in public education, and yet there are still huge challenges: teacher shortages, teacher burnout, families leaving public schools. You've chosen to put your kids in private schools. Obviously, there's a lot of things that go into a family decision like that. But what do you say to parents?
Oh, you know what the right answer is? I'm the governor. People are trying to assassinate me, and I will never tell you what private school my children go to.
Yeah, that's the right answer.
She goes, oh, blah, blah, they go to this. You know what? I'm the governor. People are trying to kill me and my children, and I will never tell you.
Well, I wouldn't say trying. I would say threaten.
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the right way to answer this. You go, I am hiding my children because of the world that we live in.
Yeah. My children have requested their privacy. They're minors.
Right. My daughter was 6 and she figured out you could go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Who wonder if you have faith in our public schools given that personal decision.
I'm passionate about public education. I'm a product of public education. My kids are going to school right behind our house, a Waldorf school.
Yeah. This is what you know. Why now the whole thing about my kids are private. Now you told them exactly what school they go. Fuck you, you idiot. Mm-hmm. The answer is I'm not telling you where my kids go to school. People threaten us.
Yeah.
Which is about creativity and critical thinking and the kinds of things that we're advancing in our public education system. And the approach we've taken is to provide that same kind of choice and opportunity that my kids are afforded for every single one of our 6+ million Californians going to public schools. In fact, this year, we did something no other jurisdiction in America has done. My opponent opposed it. And that was providing college savings accounts for 3.4 million incoming kindergartners, $1.9 billion investment. We put a partnership for achievement with our higher education system. We not only provided community.
This guy sucks, but he's probably going to be the president.
Attainment goals, and we're lowering the cost of tuition and attendance in our higher education system, from community college to the CSUs, the UCs, the K-12 education system. We are on the precipice of order of magnitude reform. Again, not one of these efforts were supported by my opponent.
I want to move along unless you have
I want to talk about education. I actually put my 2 older sons through public education, but I have my daughter.
And then they learned about the vagina.
You and I both know that the better education is a private education because our schools are failing no matter how much money he throws at every single issue in the state, by the way.
No, if you're the governor and the only reason, but as soon as you tell people what private school you send them to as the governor, then that's not the reason. Send your kids to private school in hopes that nobody ever finds out where the fuck they're going to school.
Mm-hmm.
And they fucking mind their own business. Maybe they get a fake last name even.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's not even fake. They just tell everybody their last name is something else, or they change their first name.
Well, we want to get to those issues, so we do want to talk about
our
homelessness.
education system is failing our students, and parents know it. They're leaving our education system. No doubt they are.
And I don't even know. I presume it's fine.
People are walking with their feet, and they know. It doesn't matter how many.
I've watched a few school board people clap back.
California parents.
I've watched some teachers clap back
because it's so poor, and it's not been fixed.
Remember when you were a kid, if you thought you disagreed with the teacher, your parents were like, no, you don't. You just do what the teacher says. You're at school.
Yeah.
Oh, no, now they're like, oh, that teacher be doing CRT.
And you want to blame anybody. You can't blame a Republican. Republicans haven't been in control in California for the last 10 years.
Well, I blame you for not having one imaginative idea except those that were promoted by people like Betsy DeVos, and vouchers and privatization of our public education system. Any public education.
Gavin Newsom is a
That's
robot.
what you promoted. That's what you're for. You've identified problems. We've been consistent identifying.
Old Kimberly Guilfoyle, but that problem.
And the result is still the same.
All right.
Zero.
Obviously, a lot to talk about with education, but we want to move along.
Too spicy for KQED.
And as governor, would have the veto power.
This guy wants to know if your ice water.
This year, California's budget includes some $200 million.
You need some more ice water. You're like, I need a glass of wine.
And protecting access to abortion. If you were governor, would you remove that sort of spending if the legislature puts it in the budget?
Well, first off, I want to say yes, I am pro-life, number one. Number two, I want to talk about Prop 1, and he brought that out in the opening statement.
But the question is about the budget. Just as governor.
Well, the governor put $200 million in there to pay for abortions for people from out of our state to come here. That's number one.
I'm with that. Fuck it. Why not? Fuck twice
months.
That. Money's fake.
You can have an
Anyway.
abortion up to 6
California be
months.
like
The governor proposed Prop
California
1,
should
the
be
legislature
like
put it on the ballot
boss-balling.
to expand abortion to the minute before birth. That's what it would be in California. At the same time, he wants to make this a sanctuary state where all of Americans can come here and get an abortion at the expense of California taxpayers.
Sure.
That's a great
How much is it going to cost me? $8? $23? Yes.
People are struggling.
Sure.
And yes, I would absolutely take that out of the
Aren't
budget.
that many people getting abortions?
Money in
For
the budget
reproductive services. That was not all for out-of-state travel. Would you line item all of that?
I will absolutely fund reproductive services.
I think she should be. Maybe we've seen a couple of the commentators that probably should be running for governor.
I will propose that. Yes, I'm pro-life. I don't think we should. Reproductive services, absolutely prefer.
So you'll take out of the budget any help with women.
Right, I have to get that through the. No governor has full control over the budget. He has to work with the legislature, and I will work with the legislature to put a budget together that will work for California.
Gavin Newsom stay pretty trim for
in a
how
budget you signed.
If I that's what it takes to.
I would have to
get the deal done. I'll sign a budget that I work through with the legislature.
Gavin don't drink. I love a glass of wine.
You're not pro-life. You're pro-government mandated birth. If you were pro-life, you would support our efforts to provide support for child care and preschool and prenatal programs.
He's at the French Laundry. He has a cocktail.
We believe in reproductive freedom. We believe in reproductive care. California's values are well established in statute. We want to codify them under Prop 1 in the Constitution. I was proud to support and promote a budget of $200 million.
I don't care about that. I bet he always got good beer in the fridge, though.
Care. And yeah, we're not embarrassed.
Wine people be friends with me.
And we don't apologize for having the back of women and girls all across this country that are fleeing persecution and fleeing the kind of extreme policies you're promoting. And let me just close.
Get me and Darkling drunk on champagne one night.
Oh no!
Then you host and be prepared to turn the stream off.
You both would just have headaches and it would be miserable. I wouldn't want to do that.
Brother or sister, his position is extreme. And that is something I hope the people of the state of California consider when they go and vote this November.
Governor, I want to change topics to something that's been mentioned, which is water. We're in the fourth.
I want to respond.
He's like, fuck water.
To that. He talks about extreme. Extreme is not ever having a conversation. Your party just put on the ballot. The Californians will decide whether Prop 1 extends the life, the abortion to the minute before birth.
To be clear, I mean,
that's not what the thing does.
Could possibly allow that, but there's nothing in there to say that they're changing the viability limit, which is in statute right now.
Correct. My point is that they.
Yeah. But the KQED lady is like, oh, I've had enough. Hold my wig.
I'm gonna take my earrings
we don't
out.
ever get the opportunity to have that conversation. It's just all or nothing.
He's just lying. No, this is good though, because she's like, she just told him he's lying. He's totally lying.
Mm-hmm.
There's no abortion right up to the come on, man. They didn't even say that in the Satanic Panic videos we watched. Any of them.
We'll choose, and we'll know November 8th.
We will
where they're going to be.
Well, we know where you stand, and we know your opposition to Proposition 1. It's demonstrable. You put $20,000.
I did not put any money against any proposition.
$20,000 went in to oppose Proposition 1. And the bottom line is the people of the state of California will have the opportunity to adjudicate different points of view. We're very proud of the state. We're proud of its leadership. Proud of
Prop 1 seems like it's going to pass.
All right, we're going to move
on. You can have an abortion here if you want.
We are in the fourth year of a drought, and unlike
shut up, we're in the 50th year of it. Ever since we started dumping smoke into the fucking sky.
It's the 100th anniversary of the fucking 5th year of the drought.
In fact, the State Water Board's conservation.
We started dumping smoke into the sky, and that's whatever year that was. We're on the whatever.
Steps to reduce water use. The question is, why have you not been more aggressive in ordering water conservation.
We have. There's the 436 agencies have.
But that leads to a lot of mixed messages.
A lot of agencies. I would never. I would be like, oh, we have agencies.
To 2016, the last drought.
Do not tell people that there are 400 and something agencies. Now they're going to be like, did you know there are over blah, blah, blah agencies that handle the water?
Hydrology is different in every region of the state. What the water agencies requested of us as the basis of a deeper understanding is that we provide flexibility, what they refer to as level 2 plans. 436 water agencies move forward with that mandate of mandates. We've seen 11% reduction in that use. We also put out a detailed, comprehensive plan as it relates to not just water conservation.
You should get this, whatever it is.
To invest $8.8 billion on new strategies and approaches to create more water, wastewater, stormwater caption, diversion efforts, and the like. So
well, why not, as governor, use your authority to order, to give a sense of urgency about the situation?
What was the point of an after-action report that analyzed the best practices of the previous drought and made a recommendation not to do one size fits all as it relates to a mandate?
I'll be here a little while longer. I think I could probably
County are completely different.
Oh man!
Conditions here.
Thank you for joining me this evening.
And that's why
we for bringing me back the best that the Monterey Bay has to offer as far as happy
and it's proven successful.
Quality.
Hail President Newsom.
The differentiation between regions now new strategies, and it's
well, not the next president.
No, but in a few seconds.
Local water agencies are not all.
Or we'll find something weird about them.
Most are, and I want to just applaud Californians.
I mean, maybe you'll like it.
11% reduction. Some doing far.
Is that enough? You know,
we have to do a little bit more, but I will say this: we came into this drought using per capita 16% less water use than we went into the last drought. Here's what I though believe, and this is important: it's not just a mindset of scarcity; it's also about creating more water, and that's what our specific strategy set forth in our water plan. We have 37 desalinization plants in the state. We want more. We're promoting different.
I don't know if we desalinization. Wait, doesn't desalinization take hell of electricity?
Different strategies specific on storage, below ground, not just above ground storage. And we've invested, despite my opponent's opposition, some $8.8 billion to advance this cause, unprecedented general fund support, and again, consistent with his previous record on topics we've discussed today. He opposes those investments.
Senator Dodd.
All right, number one, this guy, I supported Proposition 1 in 2014, which was a water bond, $2.7 billion to build Sites Reservoir. Temperance Flat was on the table at the time. We have doubled our population in the last 30 years, and we have not increased our water supply. We only have...
Well, that's a problem, yeah.
The fact, my district represents 60% of California's water comes from my district. I have Shasta, Oroville, and Fulton.
Oh, of course, this guy's from Shasta. Fuck. The media once just went to bed. This dude is from Shasta. Because of course he is.
Some dams all in my district. By the way, 2018 was the wettest year recorded in the history of our state since we've been keeping records. The Oroville spillway broke because we had so much water in California. We need to capture that water, and we need to save it for the times when we don't have water, like right now.
And what we need to do is capture water when there's extra water.
The governor talks about it.
Good job, dude.
About all these things.
Of course, the dude running. I'm just telling you, man. Like, a lot of problems in America are emanating from fucking Shasta County. Like, if you look around for something stupid, it is not. If you just look for anything dumb, there are people from Shasta County involved. Oh, man. Like, media wenches from Shasta County, like Nathan the Creator. If you order sticker packs from us, you get a sticker of a Nathan the Creator. He's from Shasta County. Like,
not money and throwing it out.
If it's chemtrails or UFOs or the flat Earth thing, you're going to run into people from Shasta County.
$7 billion to build a reservoir, Sites Reservoir, which environmentalists love, municipalities love, and farmers love. Why aren't we building it? You know, the talk is cheap, Governor. You gotta perform. You throw money at it, but you get no result. Your policies don't end up with results, and Californians know that. We have to suffer. We're in a constant state of crisis.
This guy could also be lying and saying he didn't, saying he represented Shasta County when he didn't, and we wouldn't know the difference.
Under your leadership. All right. Your leadership has not solved one problem. We have fires that you haven't solved. We have
fire. You're the governor of California, and you say you've done an okay job as the governor, yet fire. What do you mean you haven't solved fires? You know how big California is? It's like a big plot of land. It's bigger than some European countries, both in population and land mass. What do you mean you rule over this land, but have you stopped fire? What the fuck?
Storage you haven't solved. We have electricity you haven't solved.
You haven't solved all of electricity. People have sometimes kind of shitty electricity service in your state, sir. What are you going to do about this? Also, you haven't even answered my question about preventing fire. Just don't have any fire at all.
All those things you talk about, but what are the results? Zero. And Californians are suffering with the cost of living and rationing and all those things, and they're leaving our state.
Wait, are we rationing the fire?
And Californians, we can have a California dream and make it a reality if we have some change in leadership.
Governor, if you want to talk
there was
about
so much
storage,
misinformation and there's so much distortion. First of all, Proposition 1, which I supported.
No. What you do is you ask him, be like, hey, could you repeat that? I didn't quite get it. Because the thing the guy just said was so unhinged and like discombobulated and disconnected from reality that I'd just be like, hey, could you say, I had a hard time following that. Maybe I should have a Snickers bar. Could you repeat yourself?
Correct. Was a $2.7 billion bond, $2.5 billion that is gone for 7 specific projects. Sites alone, you should know this, is a $3.9 billion dam.
And you've had $101 billion to help finish that project, Governor.
Forgive me. Let me.
I'm not going to forgive you. It's the facts.
The $3.9 billion plan, of which we've utilized from Proposition 1, $875 million. There's 6 other.
If you believed in the New World Order right here, you'd be pretty convinced that the New World Order was trying to set Gavin Newsom up to be the head of the New World Order. But if you're like a little bit more cynical, like the people around here are, you're like, oh, this is the governor of California. The Republican has no chance of beating Gavin Newsom in California, so he's probably going to be talking to a crazy person.
Projects, 4 below ground, 3 above ground, that are also part of that. Everybody recognized when they promoted that policy and promoted that bond that we needed to leverage private sector money and federal money. That's exactly what we're doing. We got 30 million.
You won't have a criticism of Newsom. I figure he's going to run for president and he's just going to go around and have sex with everybody in the country. I think that's going to be his strategy.
$1 million from the Biden administration last week, and we're working against the advice and counsel and support of your party to get $2.2 billion from the infrastructure bill that the Biden administration passed for low-interest loans to actually complete that project. I take umbrage with your notion that we haven't laid out a specific detailed strategy and plan. We have. You've opposed that plan. You've opposed the $8.8 billion appropriation in that plan, and you consistently oppose our efforts on wildfire suppression and prevention, consistently oppose our efforts across...
You're just beating him up now, Gavin. You're bullying him. This is not nice.
The form.
I feel sorry for the Republican.
In terms of the dilution of reality and facts that you are promoting here today on these critical topics for the people of the state of California.
You know what? If the other dude is lying and he's like going to call him a liar, he just called the guy a liar. There's not a lot of politicians that will just straight up call the other person a liar. And I think the other guy's probably lying. I'm not a big fan of Gavin Newsom. He's a smarmy motherfucker, but I think he knows better to go on TV and just straight up lie.
Response, and then I want to move on to homelessness.
I want to just say the dilution of facts is he keeps talking about the party I represent. That party hasn't been in hasn't had control in this state for almost 30 years, Governor. Why?
No, the baller thing right here is be like, you know what, all things considered, California is doing okay. We have some problems, but there's also some great things about this state. And boom, you take this guy apart. You like, the whole thing is over if you just say, no, things are actually pretty good in California, all things considered. Have you seen the other states?
Why are all these problems not fixed? Because your policies are horrible. Californians know it. At the end of the day, you talk, you throw money. Californians are suffering.
Yeah, this is where you just be like, hey, you know what? All things are going pretty good. This is, oh man.
Haven't solved the problem. Name one thing you solved that's actually fixed and we don't have to deal with right
now. No, I didn't have to fix anything. California is rad. I'm just the governor.
The highest reserves in California history, the highest per pupil
we
investments
have a bullet
in higher
train that
education.
$4.5 billion on last year.
If there's an opportunity to answer the question or just oppose the response.
All right. Can we move on?
Let me continue, though, if I may, and forgive me.
No, let it go. No, what you do, you let it go. You just be like, all right, whatever.
If I may.
I just want to make sure we have time to talk about homelessness.
Very proud of the fact the state of California is providing free meals for those that are food insecure in the state of California against his opposition. Very proud of the fact we became the first state in American history to provide universal health access. First state in American history, despite his opposition. We
didn't really provide universal health access. He be fibbing.
Very proud of the fact we have one of the fastest growing economies in America. Proud of the fact we have a wildfire forest resilience strategy and a drought strategy. Very proud of the fact we have real concrete plans on issues of
homelessness. He's running for president.
Let's talk about that.
This guy is running for president.
You've consistently opposed.
He's a smarmy motherfucker, but like
homelessness. It is
it'll be like him or Marjorie Taylor Greene, right?
Potentially ever before, and yet the visible issues of encampments and homelessness and street behavior and drug use appears to be worse than ever in many places around this state.
Well, that's because you're an idiot, and that's wrong, and that's not the case. Oh, people are saying it appears to be bad because everybody in the city be doing drugs. The fuck out of here.
And yet, to say that the state has done more to address it in the last 4 years than potentially ever before. And yet, the visible issues of encampments and homelessness and street behavior and drug use appears to be worse than ever in.
No. It's just the same as it ever was, baby. It's capitalism.
Many places around this state.
Like, I hate to say this. It's just the same as it ever was. And people are going to use it to shit on poor people. They're going to use it to shit on black people. I don't know if all of a sudden all the gay the gay people are homeless. They're going to use it to shit on gay people.
What do you say to voters who feel like this is not getting better?
They're right. It's an outrage. It's unconscionable what's happening.
Wait, what are you talking about? No, it's fucking literally big cities have never been safer. I don't care what are they saying about? No, big cities have never been safer. Absolutely no. You go to downtown Detroit, you're going to be just fine. There's no place. There's no big city where you better watch your back. Now, if you're walking around downtown somewhere, you're fine. Cities have never been safer. And some of them suck now.
It's in sidewalks. That's why.
Actually, as a result of trying to make them safer. San Jose really sucks. Because the city council decided what they wanted was for their city to be safe. The city didn't get that much safer, but boy, does San Jose suck now.
That's why we're requiring accountability plans. I have 75 accountability plans. We're not going to hand out any money any longer. Local governments can't produce real results. We provided them $750 million of encampment grants to address the issue of encampments. We're providing them new tools with a care court.
No, I don't like this. Now I'm the other guy's still a bigger piece of shit, but what he's doing right here is some kind of fucking Brave New World shit he's doing here.
Of course, my opponent opposed the funding for Care Court. We provided them unprecedented strategies, home key and room key, that have allowed us to get 68,000 people off the streets. 12,500 new units have been procured just in the last number of months.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. He's doing a very bad job right here, actually. I'm inclined to vote. I'm voting for Gavin Newsom. The other guy's a crazy person. But like Gavin Newsom's doing a really bad job. He could be explaining to people what he's trying to do or what this strategy is. But he's doing such a poor job.
There was a laissez-faire attitude in terms of addressing what was happening on the streets and sidewalks. But you're right.
Because he's going to beat his opponent. Oh, if you like care about what you're doing, you're like, I'm certainly going to beat my opponent. What I'm going to do is spend the entire time explaining to people what I'm doing and why I'm trying to do it and why they need to help me. Gavin won't do that.
Accurate. When I got here, there was no homeless strategy, no plan. No resources of any merit. Today, there's
this guy would be this guy'd be a pretty cool guy if not for his ambition.
There's a real strategy, real plan, and there's accountability for the first time. All of that opposed by my opponent consistently, nowhere to be found. His entire policy.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do this right here about his opponent. His opponent has no chance of beating him. Him going after his opponent here is like a waste of his time. It'd be like if it was like a really popular Hassan versus Dave, who's the most popular streamer, and a bunch of people were tuning in. If Hassan spent time being like, oh, Dave's an idiot. No, Hassan, if that was a big thing that, like, I don't know, increased his audience by some kind of large amount, I don't know, fucking give money to charity. He should be like raising money for Planned Parenthood or telling people to send money to Echoplex Media here.
This is
what's up?
Some illusory policy of we'll just do an audit. I've been around long enough to
If you need me to raid, though, I will raid. I will leave if you all tell me to stop.
All right, Senator Daly, you have been very critical of the governor's response to homelessness, and I noticed that just last week you joined your Republican colleagues to call on the legislature and governor to declare a state of emergency.
Oh, I am the best.
And
Fuck
ban
yeah.
encampments within 1,000 feet.
I thought it was like a complaint. It was like Dave, and I was like, shit. And it's like, fuck yeah.
Sensitive areas. Would that solve homelessness?
Well, at least it will help children who are going to school be able to be free and be safe to get to school where there's a homeless campus around schools. But I want to talk about homeless.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh, no. You could just phone it in. Is there not even really a Republican running against Gavin? Is this person that's running against him just like a social construction?
Sermon. There's a theme here. The governor talks about my party.
There's a theme?
All the things that are happening, but the theme is that he throws money at everything, but what are the results? Exactly. What are the results? He spent $20 billion, $75,000 per homeless person, and we have 22,000 more. It is growing. Absolutely, we know the number. 22,000 more. So the theme of this debate is that the governor has all this great talk, but the policies don't actually fix the problem. If you want to tackle homelessness, I was a county supervisor for 16 years. He said in 2003, when he was the mayor of San Francisco, he was going to end homelessness. I just drove down the street here today, stepping over people defecating on the street and needles. He hasn't fixed it.
What would you not do that the state's doing now?
I would do, number one, about 75% of the people that are homeless are addicted to drugs. I would, day one is
where did you get that?
And state of emergency.
Where did you get that number from?
5,700 people died from fentanyl in California.
Wait, where did you get that number from? 75% of people that are homeless are addicted to drugs or whatever? I don't think that's accurate. Hold on.
Twice the amount of people in this city.
What would a state emergency do? I want to understand.
It would focus on the fact that fentanyl is an issue in California. People on the streets are addicted. We need to get them off of drugs. That's the first thing you do to get them.
No. This guy's like a rainbow fentanyl aficionado and shit. He thinks that like rainbow fentanyl comes from like the pituitary. Nope. Whatever I was going to say. Nope.
Projection out is get them off of drugs. Fund the counties with the mental health programs that they need and the clinicians, and then drive down the cost of housing in California are the three things that would need to happen to take care of homelessness.
And then
Governor, you did
consistently
promise
opposed all these efforts. We have $11.6 billion in investments on the issue.
I'm glad we put some music
$3.5
behind
billion specifically for boarding care homes
more
and rapid rehousing for mental health that we've just now put up and put out. And on the next few years, we're going to see the results of those efforts. You've consistently opposed them.
Is
As it relates
housing
to, and
a
this
big
is important,
thing, though?
somehow a state of emergency, and then we're going to magically solve fentanyl. That's what my opponent just said. Somehow magically will disappear on the basis of a state of emergency, that somehow he will adopt a secret strategy that somehow will absolve any deep accountability for the fact he's consistently opposed our efforts to address fentanyl. Let me be more specific.
What have you put
You
forward?
opposed the budget that we just advanced of $7.9 million in the Department of Justice.
The soundtrack was too loud.
People to create a new criminal investigations unit. You opposed the National Guard, of which we have 100 National Guard on the border addressing fentanyl. And you know what? You should know this.
At some point, we are going to have to do a whole show about how good this show sounds.
238 search warrants that we provided in the last year. It's an 238% increase over the previous years because of our efforts. We put out a strategy, not just on interdiction, which you opposed, but also a strategy that relates to fentanyl and opioid abuse, which you opposed, which is a strategic plan with 40 state agencies and nonprofit partners. You oppose the funding for that focuses on prevention, and it focuses on new strategies for managing pain. You opposed all of those things.
Okay.
Senator, quick question or quick response.
Plus, we'll say,
otherwise
he's talking about me. Yeah, I opposed his budget because he spends money with no results, and all the things he talks about don't ever achieve results.
I see all you viewers leaving.
When he's talking about fentanyl and all these things, really walk down the street. I just ask Californians to walk down the street, look in your neighborhoods. You know the difference that this governor is really smooth at talking, but at the end of the day, he delivers zero.
All right, we're going to move along. If you're elected governor, the legislature is likely to remain in Democratic hands, and so. But there are some things.
The legislature is likely to remain in Democratic hands.
Governor could do. Governor Newsom, for example, issued a moratorium on executions. There's now 36 people on death row that have exhausted their legal appeals and would be eligible for execution. If you're elected, would you end the moratorium and allow those executions to go forward?
Yes.
How and when? And
I'll just take.
How does that square with your pro-life position? I'm curious.
Look, they've committed a crime against other people, and a jury chose to. I support the death penalty.
Would you have any qualms about 36 people being executed on your watch?
Well, I don't know that they're going to be executed under my watch, but if the courts have held them up to be in for life, they need to be in for life, and they face the death penalty.
All right, I want to ask the governor about Proposition 47. This is a 2014 ballot measure that has become a real political lightning rod in California. It made possessions of small amounts of drugs a misdemeanor and made it more difficult to charge.
Fuck yeah.
Charge someone with felony theft. Law enforcement and Republicans often blame this ballot measure for an increase in shoplifting. I think the data, and there's been no proof that it's increased.
Are you kidding me? You could have a little bit of drugs and now everybody's shoplifting. Shut the fuck up.
I wonder if you have any regrets about supporting Prop 47 or support any changes to it.
The narratives don't fit the facts. We're average in terms of that felony threshold. There's 30 states with the 30 states that have the same or higher threshold. I mean, the reality at the end of the day, they've used it as a scapegoat, to excuse their, They oppose all of these criminal justice reform efforts. He's consistently opposed all of these reform efforts. We believe in common sense criminal justice reform. The reality is he also opposed our crime reduction plan, $758 million investment that, by the way, included 1,000.
Oh, I don't know. I read one.
$55 million to address their wellness.
Tuesday, I'm not even supposed to be here.
$200 million for crime prevention, evidence-based crime prevention plans and strategies, or rather grants for strategies, which you oppose. We've put out detailed strategies to address this issue, and this issue remains a vector.
That's really good with the music.
47.
I hope they never find this.
It's not the reason why we have seen an increase in crime in this state and or in this country. And as you know, when it comes to the murder rate, 8 of the top 10 states with the highest murder rates are Republican-led state. 40%.
Yeah, he's running for president.
In the states that
Gavin Newsom running for president.
This is
I'll vote for him if I have to.
Political jurisdiction. The realities are real. We need to own up to those realities. We put out strategies and plans, but I'm not going to.
Oh, Adam,
try
your laptop probably came today. I hope you're joining us from that.
That cannot directly be connected to these trends.
Senator Daly, you oppose Prop 47.
Yes, absolutely.
Check this out.
Murders went up 40% in the last 2 years in California. Gavin Newsom let out 30,000 prisoners out of prison. That's a fact.
Oh, I have no authority to let anyone out, so that's not a fact.
The other thing is that he did support the Safe Neighborhoods and Schools Act, which allows you to rape an unconscious woman, and it's not a violent crime in California.
Well, that's
violent.
the only. If you only get that as a enhancement, but not an underlying rape charge.
We actually brought a bill together this year to actually make sex trafficking of a woman and rape of an unconscious woman a felony. And
wait, what? No, that's you didn't do that. That was a felony before.
Emphatically supported and signed a bill to create a reparations task force. Will you support their recommendations, including monetary payments, when the task force finishes?
No, I want to see the recommendations. By definition, we created the work group to adjudicate the merits and demerits of different strategies. Now, what I have done is I've supported, I think, very common sense strategies, including the reparation that we did advance on Bruce's Beach, a family that was denied their inheritance, a business that was taken away by the people of the city council in Santa Monica years and years ago. It was
like more of the music
to right that wrong. And so this task force is convening. We'll see where their recommendations come out, and we'll make a determination after the fact.
Do you want to add anything on reparations?
I actually supported the reparations study as well, and I also supported the Bruce's Beach legislation. I think it's definitely.
We found one thing you two agree on.
Those people were wronged, and we made it right.
All right, we are short on time, but we want to ask you a question that's a little bit of a curveball. And Governor, let's start with you.
Hey, who are we going to raid?
In your life, you were wrong about something and did a complete.
I'm not even supposed to be here. Thanks everybody for hanging out this evening.
Do to remedy.
We'll stop this for a minute, but we won't stop the one Maserati music. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Who are we going to raid? Who are your friends? I mean, we could like look and see who our friends that are alive. There's not like a whole lot of you. We gotta raid the progressive brat. The progressive brat's been raiding us lately. Is it okay if we raid the progressive brat? Oh no, we gotta fuck off. We're raiding Star as DJing tonight. We're raiding Star, but not right away.
But and make sure it wouldn't happen again.
I mean, there's a myriad of issues where that's the case. Look, mistakes are a portal of discovery. I have a failure award in businesses I've started. One of the great prides of my life is starting a business right out of college, putting pen to paper and creating 1,000 jobs at people.
I don't believe this. Why is he doing this?
Risk-taking, not recklessness. And if we make a mistake,
why are you doing this, Gavin?
Let me be specific.
Nobody cares about that.
Over the course of
the people that are voting for you are just like the broad coalition of like gay people and like black and brown people and like white people that aren't racist. You just have to appeal to those people. It's not that complicated. I don't know why you're trying to make this like complicated or philosophical, sir.
Personally, professionally, in every way, shape, or form, I've been iterative. There are things that I asserted that I learned from that didn't turn out to be as clear as I had hoped, or consequences intended.
I'm going to have to find another song now, because this song will end.
So across dozens of them. I'll tell you one of the perhaps most significant ones. I have a significant learning disability. I couldn't read or couldn't write, and I was doing speech therapy as a kid. I thought I was dumb. And I made the mistake of falling prey to that. Back of the classroom, not raising my hand, feeling other than, feeling lesser than.
Like, I'm skeptical of these kinds of stories from anybody that's famous.
Humiliate other people. And I learned I wasn't that person.
I'm not saying that this doesn't happen to famous people. I'm just telling you this stuff's like impossible to fact check.
Did not learn quickly enough that all of us are unique, all of us have a unique expression, and all of us...
all right, everybody, we're going to raid out. We're going to raid Star, but you have to wait.
I didn't fully embrace that.
Fucking 5 minutes.
Senator Daly, to you, name a time in your life you were wrong about something and did it about face.
Well, I've made many mistakes in my life. I'm human. We all make lots of mistakes. I
once joined the Republican Party.
In just a perspective of not understanding the full issue, and so learning about issues. When I was on the Board of Supervisors, I worked with what was called then...
He was on the Board of Supervisors in Shasta County. I'm fucking not... What's this guy... Oh no. Media went left, and then a few minutes later, it all came back to Shasta County.
Things I didn't know, and that's actually helped me expand on my ability to be able to be very sensitive to the environment and what people think about their perspective in life. And so having those preconceived notions of the way somebody was when they weren't was something I learned.
Can you give us
what?
specifics, though? You talk about environmentalists.
Oh, could you apply that to trans people?
I know that water issues was a big part of that. Is there something that you changed your mind about in that in terms of the farm and fish debate, perhaps?
Right. Well, I actually learned a lot from my friends in the environmental community, and I took those approaches to actually educate legislators. And I've had
I had friends in Shasta, and they had a thing, and I was like, all right, cool.
Legislators out to my district over the 10 years I've been in Sacramento, educating them on that one size doesn't fit all in California. I invited the governor to come fishing with me. He didn't take me up on it.
Dude, I don't want to go fishing with you either. The governor made the right choice. You're married.
With people and listening more and understanding that there's two sides to every story. And when you find out the other side, you can have more compassion. You can understand. You can learn from it.
What have you learned from Democrats who've come up to your district?
You know, I learned the main thing I've learned is that we have a lot in common. Reggie Jones Sawyer, who represents USC, Compton, he came to my district. He learned about where his water comes from. When I went to his district, we both found out that we have poor people in our communities.
We just both found out we live near the poors.
Young men in my community.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Come on. Young men ages 18 to 25 are Native Americans, so we work together on that issue. Now, our policies when it comes to law enforcement crime are way different, but we work in that area, and that's what I've done in the legislature. Find the things we can work on and the things we disagree on. We set them in the parking lot so we can move California in a direction.
I think you might go fishing.
If I was the governor of California right now, I would be like, I just can't even believe that I'm a party to this conversation. I gotta go. I'll just take my shit off and just Gavin, just take your shit off and leave. Your opponent is weird.
I love fishing. Look, we all want to be respected. We all want to be connected in some way, shape, or form. We want to love. We all want to be loved. And we're on a journey together. And so, I appreciate it. It's a nice way to end this debate.
Are they fucking?
These commonalities into the future. I mean, regardless of this debate or debates.
I'm not judging that.
Across the dinner table.
Gavin seems a little bit. Are they?
As it relates to which direction in this country or in this state. At the end of the day, we all have so many things fundamentally in common, and those are the things we should be focused on.
Just leave. We're out of here eventually.
And look forward to working with you in your respective role as state senator, hopefully if I'm successful, and continuing this role as governor of California, to find that unity agenda and to find those areas of commonality and move forward together.
Senator Daly, you as well.
Well, yeah, I just want.
Yeah, this was like low quality debate night here on the show. I don't like having this backup music, but we're gonna get out of here. Thanks so much, everybody. I wasn't even supposed to be here tonight. I'm gonna find a different song to play, and we're gonna raid Star because of course we're gonna raid Star. Come on here. My whole shit's fucked up. Anyway, we're gonna raid Star. We will find a song. We're gonna stop this one. This is NVS. This is Then Gwen. If you don't know what this song is about, please look up Gwen Arujo. It's maybe look it up tomorrow. Actually, good night, everybody.
true beauty in you. It truly terrifies me.